Okay. Buttons have been pressed. Maybe. Hold on. There we go. Buttons have been pressed. Yes. All right. Did I type in anything here? I didn't. Hang on. Thank you for popping in, everybody. Hello, hi, how's it going? Nathan, congrats on coming first. Hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see you. Yes, //twitch.tv/KingRegNog. But there goes. Come over here. Boop. All right. Hi. Hello, Gamma. Sorry, I can't speak, can I? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Snacks. Hi. How's it going? It's good to see you as well. And Rocky, appreciate you for spending your taxes. Nathan, you too. Dax, thank you for spending your taxes. Coral, you as well. I'm sorry, I just now looked over and I'm seeing all you guys. Rag Waffle. I put waffles in on Wednesday. I promise. I do like waffles though. Waffles are great. Cozy, thank you for spending your taxes. How about you? I'm doing all right. I'm pretty tired, but I'm chilling. It's been a busy day for me. I've been doing work for my dad, and he gave me this USB stick to do a bunch of work on. The unfortunate thing about this USB stick is it decided that it was going to die in the middle of me using it. So when I had 5 things left to do, it perished on me. And everything's now written in Alien, and it's from the year 2070. Don't know what to do about that. So then we got another one. Thankfully, all my work was preserved in a different backup on my computer. But this one also didn't work after I scanned in everything that I needed to do over to here. So I got to go get a new USB stick. Thankfully, one of my brothers is out at Walmart right now, so he can pick us up one as well. So I can finish all that. Hopefully I can get a video or 2 done tonight and tomorrow, because Sunday I won't be doing anything, and then Monday I'm going to be trying to get my room sorted out, because I'm going to have somebody staying in this room, and I won't be for the entire week of Christmas. So I can't, like, stream and do all those things. So I want you guys to, like, have the opportunity to have content while I'm gone. What happened to the first redemption? Nathan got it before everybody else was here. he was ready. He was ready. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, as well, Cozy. Merry Christmas to everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I have a question. Do you pay taxes at 18 or 21 in the US? Yes. You pay taxes whenever you make money. Like, I got a job at 16 and I was paying income tax. That's, you pay taxes when you make money. That's just how it works here. Do you play the guitar? I do indeed. I do indeed. I actually played a little bit just before stream, and my fingers turned purple. I was playing a decent amount. I need to get back into playing more often. Today was like the first day I had like a small breath that I could just not worry about stuff and just play. So it was really nice. So we'll see. Hopefully soon everything will kind of like slow down, and I can just get back to working on stuff for you guys. I know right now my big goals for the year are just, at this point, just get through. Like, I'm not gonna make any of my goals happen, I don't think. Unless by some miracle, you know, everything just clicks into place and we get, like, a couple hundred viewers in here casually. But, like, all my metric goals are way off just because I was anticipating having Christmas week and the week after Christmas entirely to myself for work. So my content is like all slipping. Omnia is slipping. Everything is out of my hands at this point. And you know, I have to just be okay with that. So I've learned that I'm just gonna let it go. And that's okay. Are we dropping frames? Are we good now? We're good. Okay, we dropped a couple of frames. If it keeps lagging, let me know, guys, and I will adjust some settings. I gotta figure out why that's going on. But it looks like it's doing better now. So, I'll go ahead and show you guys what we're up to today. So we are working on this big build right here. I've been working on it for the last whoever knows how long. And, I guess since February, really, is when I started it. And it is just a hole in the middle of the ocean, big dome over top of it, and a nice city put inside of it. And we're lagging. Okay, let's just set for a second. I don't know what that has to do with Minecraft Swiftu, but great information. At a sleepover, nice. We love sleepovers. Sleepovers are great. Would you believe it if I told you guys, I only had like 4 sleepovers as a kid, and most of them were at other people's houses. We didn't have a ton of people over to my house. It wasn't like a big thing, but we did have some. Sometimes we'd have people come and stay, but it wasn't like a super often thing. By the way, King, is Omnia going to be on Steam or some other distribution site? Probably Steam. That's my main goal right now. However, if Steam changes a lot of rules, there's a chance that it would have to be somewhere else, including possibly just being hosted on my own site. I don't know yet. Grum, lovely. I think something is wrong with your camera. No, nothing's wrong. This is me. I'm always upside down. Merry Christmas, Rocky. Okay. We're done lagging, so I'm gonna get back to it now. So I've been working on this city for the last couple of weeks, months, really, and right now we are down here in the fog. And just so you guys can get an idea of what it looks like, there's it without shaders, and you can see right here, you can't really see the bottom, which is exactly the that is the full fog effect. With the shaders, I actually almost like it better. Even with the reflections, it kind of adds a little bit of a lighting. It does a little bit more interaction with the lighting, in my opinion, which makes it look a lot deeper as well, while still fading off into nothing. Now, I don't know how that'll do with the brown, because, like, right here is very small sample size, and it does pretty good there. I don't know. We'll see. Then we're also going to put, like, some buildings within the fog as well to kind of help make it still show the deepness of everything. So, we'll see. I don't know how this is going to turn out. The good news is, as soon as this build is done and we're not using, we're not on Twitch SMP anymore, I do have some plans for some other projects. I'm not saying there will be a forever world, but if there was, that would be happening in February, January time frame. Also, I just want to show you guys, I did do some work off stream. I AFK'd. That's all I did. But as you can see, we are on the last stack of sand. So we've got all the glass we need to hopefully finish as well. We just need a bunch. So what we're going to start today off with is actually just going and getting a bunch of the black dye, the ink, which just means we got to kill some squids. That's all we got. Oh, one other thing. I died at the end of last stream. I think some of you remember that. I landed over here, I plummeted into the side of the wall, and I died randomly. Apparently, I didn't pick up my bow because my inventory was full, and I walked off before I fixed that. And so it despawned right here. I was looking for it for a while last night, and I eventually just looked on my VOD, and I saw that I did not pick it up. So we don't have a bow, and with how close we are to the end of the world, I don't know if I'm going to just make a new one or not. I could, but I don't know if it's... So, we'll see. We'll get there when we get there. Right now, squid. That's all that's on my mind. He's just being Australian. Exactly, Snacks. You understand. My grandpa died a month ago, and from then I was watching your videos. Thank you for making me feel better. Well, I'm... Thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry to hear about that. That sucks. I'm glad that I can be there for some of you guys, though, you know? I grew up watching YouTube, like, all the time. I mean, I was watching all sorts of YouTubers. I mean, I was on every corner of the internet kind of deal. But Hermitcraft especially was one group that was, like, my comfort streams and videos. And it means a lot that I can do that for you guys as well. I appreciate you for sharing that. Thank you so much. I can't stay long, but I want to stop by. Well, hello, TJ. Hope you're having a good day, and I hope you continue having a good day. If you didn't have a good day, then I hope your day gets better. Reg becoming a therapist. It's, it could be a genuine path, honestly. I just don't like the schooling associated with anything in the medical field. Otherwise, I would be really good at it. I really can't handle more school. I've learned my limits with learning, and I function much better under a self-taught area, but that unfortunately comes with limits with what industries you can work in. But I would be like a good unlicensed therapist, I think. A lot of my friends, it helps because I don't necessarily sit there and I don't want to fix your problems. I want to listen to your problems, and maybe you can talk yourself into figuring out how to fix it. Because the truth is, most of us just need somebody to listen to us talk about stuff, and then we'll figure it out from there. You know, this is kind of quiet. Some of my best ideas have been just talking to my brother. And sometimes he'll bounce an idea off of me to see if it was a good idea, and kind of, like, provide extra additions to my idea. But sometimes I'm just talking to him, and it causes me to think of something else. Talking to people is, like, something that I think everybody should do. I know not everybody has the ability to. You know, where I live, I don't have a ton of people to just talk to. You know, I have my entire family. That's all I've got. But that is something. But I recognize not everybody has even family to talk to. But if you can sit there and talk to something or someone, it genuinely will help. In fact, in the development world, like software development, we do something very similar. Especially when you're first starting out, you get these rubber ducks. Now, this one's just a 3D printed duck because I didn't want to spend money on a rubber duck. But you use these to explain it in the most stupid terms you can. You go, so I'm trying to get this thing to move when I press the W key. And in order to do that, you need to make sure that it registers the key click. And then when you press the key click, it needs to check if there's any space to move forward. If so, then it will nudge you forward by this amount. It will also play insert animation here and check for collisions or something like that. And that helps you kind of think through it if you're stuck. You should do that with every solution, though. I've learned this to be an especially true with people. We overcomplicate people. We overcomplicate their brains. You know, I think the world of some people, but I overcomplicate them. Quite honestly, I don't gotta worry about how they're gonna respond to something because they're very much just like me. And if I explain it as stupidly as I can to that duck, I'll probably figure out that I've been overthinking it this entire time. That like a little coding duck? It is. That was exactly what I was I was referencing there. But I think everybody should have like a duck or a person, a pet. You can even talk to your pet. and explain to it your problem. And just use that in any situation. It doesn't have to be in code. The truth of the matter is, there are so many situations that we just get ourselves stuck in because we tell ourselves that we're not smart enough, that we're not knowledgeable enough, we're not, you know, insert here enough. In all honesty, you very much are enough. You're overthinking how enough you are. Winter break, let's go, let's go. I'm glad you're on winter break. How's it going, Panda? Appreciate you for submitting your taxes. How's it going? Here. We're just killing some squid right now. We need a bunch of black dye. I just kind of go stack by stack with black dye. And then, I hope it's enough. That's just how I operate. Although we don't need a ton of black dye for the beginning of today. We just need... I'm still AFK mode. There we go. I just need enough to get us finished with the current layer, and then the rest is brown. Which I don't know if we have enough brown dye. We could go steal some more from Kit. And I do have the means to farm, so it's not that big of a deal. Word, one example of human similarity being that people will often answer with kindness when they receive it. Not everyone, though. Yes, absolutely. If you treat everybody with some amount of basic decency, even if you think they hate you, they will more than likely treat you with decency as well. I was overthinking it. There was a guy who sent me an offer to work with a charity a couple weeks ago. And I was overthinking it so bad because I didn't want him to think that I didn't care about charity. It was bad timing in general, and quite frankly, you know, with the size that we're operating at for the streams, while yes, no impact is too small, I don't want to appear as though I'm using something for clout. And ultimately, I decided that I didn't think it was a right fit for us to do in this very moment. And I was worried that he was gonna be upset that I didn't want to work with him. I overthought that way too long, and then I eventually sent him a message. I was like, "Hey, man, you know, sorry, like, I don't think this is a good fit right now." I was like, "I'll contact you again later if I find a time that works good and I feel like I can actually contribute something meaningful to the campaign. But until then, it's a no." And he was super understanding. He's like, "You know, dude, I get that. Your reasonings are valid, and just message me when you do want to, and we'll get you set up." And that's amazing. That is like the most coolest part, in my opinion, about people. The subject has got me thinking. Philosophy is just getting paid to think now. Pretty much, yeah. Sometimes it's certain topics that people want you to think about. But the truth about philosophy is most of your sales or most of your money will come from books. You just got to think about the things that people want to know about, and then write a book about it and your perspective on it, and make some really good arguments for why what you thought is more accurate than what anybody else has ever thought. Okay, we're gonna make a bunch of light gray dye. Okay, we actually need to go get more white, it seems. That's okay. Stream with no likes. Let me fix that. I appreciate that, Angela. Hello, welcome on in. Thank you so much for liking the stream. Appreciate it. It's going great. I had a fun last day of school, and I fortunately don't have much homework for winter break, so it's 2 weeks of film. That is awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I am really happy to hear that. And no, it wasn't a King Elfie stream. It was, I'll tell you guys about it, because I do believe in their cause. As best I could tell, they seem legit because they've been around for a very long time. It's called Stack Up, and they are a military veteran charity organization. So what they do is they provide video games to veterans and their families so that they have something, especially around the holiday season, because money can be tight even in those families. And no worries, Snacks. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Go have some fun. Appreciate you hanging around. So what they do, you know, they provide video games to them. They also do it so that they have a way to relax and not think about the terrible things that they've seen. You know, we minimize a lot of that. We don't like to think about it because it's an uncomfortable truth, but there's a lot of atrocities that people carry with them because of just the occupation that they've served in. And you know, and I ultimately do believe in the vast majority of those cases it's for a good, but you gotta cope with it somehow. And so that's what Stack Up does, is they really love on those families and say, like, yeah, we're giving you PlayStations, and we're giving you this and that as a tool to help combat whatever you might be carrying that's invisible to us, but is very much a battle for you. And I think that's a great thing. Leon said I was clever and that my base is cool. Oh, I was watching for part of that stream. I watched for like 30 minutes before I had to start my own thing. Basically got called crazy by Leon and after an 8 chord, and it's great. I saw you actually do have an insane base. I've gotten to see it a couple of times just from Elfie's streams, and then I've also seen it in my own perspective when I hopped on the server finally and Elfie modded me there. Him and I were just kind of walking around a little bit, taking some looks at things, and we stumbled upon your base, and I was like, whoa, big, really big. PTSD is very difficult and an important thing to recognize. I respect their efforts. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. What server is this, by the way? This is Twitch SMP that we're on right now. The server that Emmy is talking about is King Elfie's viewer joinable server. King's Court, I believe what it's officially called. But yeah, I'm on Twitch SMP right now, which is ending in January now. So I just want to kind of reiterate this: when this server is done, I'm not coming back for Season 8. Okay. Now I've said that. I'm gonna say the next thing: there will be other things replacing this. I've got a couple of series coming up soon, so I wouldn't say keep your eyes open on that, but you know, just be aware there will be some other things kind of taking precedence over this. One of which hopefully being survival, another being a creative series as well. I would like to get one upload a month for that if I could, but I'm not gonna promise anything either. And then do I got any glass? I guess right here, yeah. Okay. We're gonna need a bunch more brown dye. Then the good news is this actually won't take us too long to do. We already did half of it last stream. This half should be pretty easy. It's also running pretty good. Like, I don't think we've had any frame drops. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Just as I was speaking about that, the internet cut out a little bit. We'll just sit still for a minute. Let it pace itself. Whose cocoa beans did you steal to get the brown dye? I actually had a lot myself. But I did steal, like, I think 32 from Kit because she also had a bunch. So, mostly just mine. But there was quite a lot from her as well. Come on, internet. Please come back. Don't do this to me. Oh, I'm way off. I wasn't paying attention. We go. I don't know if anybody had a cocoa bean farm, but if they do, I would totally steal from that. It's not hard to build one at all. I'm just really lazy, and because we're not officially last day for me, but this is amongst the last days for me at least. I'm really hesitant to build anything that's going to take a lot of time. I would much rather focus on doing my big build than anything else, because we have enough time. If I have some time on Monday to stream, I will try, and what we can do is we can actually have a really nice build then, because what we've got right now is just fog. My hope is that today, after we get the fog in, I can at least put a couple of buildings that are poking into the fog, and maybe even a couple that are poking out of it, too. And then my other hope is that maybe on Monday we could kind of do a walkthrough, and just try to tidy up some things. So maybe put some doors on buildings that don't have doors, block off things that aren't supposed to be accessible. If we have time for interiors on some places, we could do some interiors. Just trying to make everything look good, though, especially from the top. Because right now, this is the only thing that has anything going on up top. I think those buildings down there could also have some farms, because how do these people eat? We don't have a way for people to eat yet. We're still lagging. Okay, can we, like, calm down, internet, please? Please? I really want to stream today. I would really appreciate it. Okay. I think we're good. This is fire? I appreciate it, Lincoln. Yeah, we're doing our best. We are doing our best, that's for sure. Mostly, sure, buddy. I know you too well for that. I know. I think I had maybe 4 stacks myself. So, I mean, I'm not entirely lying. I did steal a considerable amount from her, though. Like, I won't lie about that. Come on, please. Just let me play the game for once. I don't want to do this. I don't want to wrestle with the internet today. I just want to enjoy my game. Like, I don't have time. Give me a second. We're about to, like, optimize the heck out of this. And I know exactly what I'm doing. We're going to do that. And then we're going to come down here, and we're going to do that. And if worse comes to worse, I will shut off Discord as well. Not that it's taking up, like, hardly any network. But, it's just under my web browser. So, you know, that's the thing. Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. All right, are we good now? We'll roll with that for a second and see if that's better. Sorry about the internet issues, guys. I'm doing my best. I can't control the Wi-Fi speeds. it's just sort of dipping on me. I will sleep here in a second so that you guys can actually see what we're doing, though, because right now it's kind of dark. Not that it matters what we're doing, because right now it is quite literally just placing glass. But I think you'd rather see something than nothing, right? Thank you for Alert Panda, I appreciate it. Good luck on the YouTube short, and we'll catch you afterwards. I haven't worked on YouTube shorts in forever. I have like a whole ideas list for them, but I'm not really sold on any of them, to be entirely honest. Like, I like the idea of some of them, but most of them I kind of just wrinkle my nose up at. I need to revisit it and see about maybe doing something. Oh wait, I'm out of beans. A bunch of people at school were doing a karaoke, and I got to finish at 1. Made a huge breakfast for everyone today. That sounds great. That sounds like a lot of fun. Did you have fun? I suppose I should just ask you. I do have the capability of doing that. Okay, all the glass is done smelting, which is amazing. We've got a bunch of like gray stained glass we can't do much with right now. We need more beans. So let's go up and get some cocoa beans. I should have a decent amount still somewhere. If I don't, then we can start farming. In fact, let's start farming now because I know I don't have enough in storage right now to just make it without the beans. So, that. No face cam today. It's a broken YouTube feature. If you go into the horizontal stream, which I don't know how you go from vertical to horizontal on YouTube now, but you can see it that way. But I'm waiting on YouTube to fix that. I'm really holding out hope that they will do better, but we'll see. We will see. I did, yes, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. Karaoke is an interesting thing. I myself don't partake in it, but I can definitely understand why people would. I just know where I am, in terms of talent speaking, you know, I'm not the most talented when it comes to music. And some people try to glaze me and say that's not true. It's true. We don't gotta lie. I'd rather not be the clown of the group. That's all I'm saying. Got it, large screen, nice. Welcome to the larger screen. It's a new YouTube feature. They're testing, and unfortunately, it's not perfectly implemented. I'm hoping that they'll get around to making it better soon, though, because I really do believe in YouTube as a streaming platform, but they kind of made it a little trashy to use. I won't lie. Reg, Nathan, how's it going, dude? Welcome back. Boop, boop. Elfie, welcome on in, Raiders. How's it going? Hello, hello. Sage, Deacon, Elfie, Nathan, I'm assuming as well. Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Nikita, hi. How are you? I did not mean to show you guys my feet. My bad. You don't need to see those. We are on the Twitch SMP server, and you guys were over on King Elfie's viewer joinable server for a build competition, correct? How was that? Do tell. I was there lurking for like 30 minutes. It looked like a lot of fun. You guys were doing some base tours as well. Looked really, really, really cool. So, tell me all about it. Elfie, if you need to go, rest up, do all that post-stream stuff, especially since you're not feeling super great, please go take care of yourself. If you guys haven't already, go follow Elfie. Great streamer. Awesome dude, really. And I will show you guys what I am up to today. Okay. Where is home? I don't know. We just needed some cocoa beans for some brown dye because we are working on this build right over here. So this is my cyberpunk city in the middle of the ocean. And it looks really, really cool. But it is a resource hog. So down here, we need all of this glass so that we can make a fog. And it'll kind of look something like that. I'm not like super sold on it yet, but we'll have buildings poking up out of it to kind of help it look a little more dynamic, I guess. But unfortunately, we need a lot of brown dye, and I didn't have a lot. And I've stolen as much as I feel comfortable stealing from other people. I'm a little thief. I need to get better about that, but there's nobody to stop me, I guess. Anyway, we needed a bunch of cocoa beans, so I'm gonna farm them right here, because why not? Gotta go upstairs and swap to my phone. Be right back. Alright, sounds good, Nikita. Appreciate you dropping in. Nathan, Jelly, and Emmy won the competition. That is awesome. I know all of those names. And they are all very talented in and of their own rights. So that is amazing. That's great. Darth Rick, thank you for submitting your taxes. Nikita, thank you for submitting your taxes. It was really good. It was fun having Acorn, Anather, and Leon on. Oh, I bet. That is a great group right there. I can imagine it being fun. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. Yes, happy all the things. Hope you're all having a great holiday season. And if you don't celebrate anything, I hope your December has been lovely. Jellyfish, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure my chat show up. Yes, your chat should show up in the bottom left corner of these. It was a lot of fun. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, I think I read all your chats. If I missed any of you guys, and you're like, man, I really wish you read my message, you can post it again. I won't get mad at you. I don't usually ignore people intentionally. Not unless you did something to deserve it, which none of you have. So, where's my deep slate? I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. I AFK'd this all night. We're good now. So we should have enough glass. We just need dye. Lots and lots and lots of dye. We're halfway done with the first layer of brown. We've got 2 layers of brown, and then we have 2 more layers of light. So it'll be good. Do you have a cat? I do not anymore. I used to have a cat. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, though, we had to put him down. He was a very old cat, so it was one of those natural things that was gonna happen eventually. Although chat has been trying to convince me to get a dog, and I'm not exactly against it because we've talked about it extensively. There are some benefits here. That's all I'm gonna say. No way somebody said Hanukkah. Yay, I don't know if I said it right. I think it's with a K. I don't know actually. Yes, Hanukkah. Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, we've got Christmas, and I mean, if you're like anywhere that's not American, I think you guys also have Boxing Day as a thing. Which isn't like tied to any religious anything, I don't believe. You've got what else is in December? There's a couple of other traditions, isn't there? I guess, you know, of course you got New Year's and New Year's Eve, which I am like trying my best not to stress out about the new year. You know, I'm nowhere where I wanted to be by the end of this year, but I'm much farther than I was when I began the year. So like I can't complain a ton, but I am a little bit stressed by it just in the fact that I'm not where I thought I would be. And that's just a pill you gotta learn to swallow, I guess. And ultimately, you will, because you got no other choice. But you know, that's that's just how New Year's goes. You remember the things that went really, really well, and then you look back and you kind of cringe at the things that didn't go well, and you go, man, I could have done that better. But hindsight is 2020, and 2026 is going to be all of our best years yet. I just do your best, and you can't really be mad at yourself beyond that. Well, I can't say you can't be mad at yourself, because I'm not going to tell you guys what you can and can't do. But I think it would be more beneficial for you to not just be mad at yourself, because I don't think that's ever fixed anything. Also, all of these are done. That is great. Okay, can I sleep? Not quite. We're coming up on it, though. So yeah, we won't be able to finish it with this stack. But these actually grow really fast. I think our random tick speed is off. Because cocoa beans grow way faster than what I remember. We don't have a game... I don't have the game roll command. I should say that. We're on the Twitch SMP server. I don't think I really explained much about that. The Twitch SMP server is a content creator SMP. It is invite application only, so keep your eyes peeled on that if you're a content creator and you're wanting to join it. But that won't be until sometime next week. So, like, don't aggressively watch it like a hawk during your holidays. Just, if you're interested in popping in, that is a thing on the table eventually. Hanukkah's how you read it? Okay, I gotcha. I will not remember that, in all honesty. I don't remember how to spell. Spelling is, like, probably not my worst skill, but I didn't put a lot of points into it when I was speccing my character sheet. But, like, spelling is not a thing I do. It is simply a task that I try, and I oftentimes fail. Welcome back, Nikita. How are you doing? Good to see you. And now we won't get trapped against the wall again. Trying to think, how can we get... We need to maximize our cocoa beans. Like, do we have... This is silk. Okay. Can you fortune cocoa beans? I feel like you might be able to. If so, I'll use my fortune pick on it, and we'll get extra cocoa bean. Okay, I think the lag has stabled out finally, so that's good as well. The internet was being a little goofy, but I think we're past that now, so that's good. I'm really glad we did push to get the lava last night, though. I was not originally going to do it, and now that we have all this stained glass, or we have the glass to make the stained glass, rather, it's going a lot better. I kind of wish we did take a little bit of time to make a larger cocoa bean array last night, but I didn't think I was going to actually ever run out of cocoa beans. I didn't think about how much you actually need. Okay, so with your hand, you get 3. With a fortune pickaxe, you get 3. Okay, so it doesn't matter. That is good to know. I kind of wish fortune did work, because that would be, like, really, really fast. But I also get it. You only need so many cocoa beans in a world, usually. And I'm probably a little bit of an outlier in most regards on cocoa bean usage. if worst comes to worst, I do have some named brown dye somewhere, but I really don't want to use that. That's my special brown dye. We are out of glass. Or we're out of brown dye again. Let's just put this in there. Yeah. Here. We could also start... No, we can't. I was going to say, we could also start on the next layer of glass, the light gray. But we need another layer of brown after this. So until this layer is completely done, and we're starting to lay the next brown, we can't worry about it. And there's the time travel. Speaking of time travel, I think I told you guys about this earlier. I don't remember. I think I did. Maybe I didn't. I've been doing some work for my dad, and he gave me this USB to work off of. Well, it started to go bad. It's a really old one. It's like from 2014. So it's a very, very old USB. Anyway, this thumb drive that I got right here, it started writing in like this alien language almost. I mean, it's speaking in boxes and vertical line for file name, and it's coming from the year 2070. So I may be a time traveler, or my dad is, either of those two. What date did you request? Probably the 60s. You know, Nathan is pretty nostalgic for his childhood. (1967). Am I lagging, or, it may be us. I don't know. I'm not showing that we're dropping more frames, but it's very possible we did. How's this looking, by the way? I didn't think to look from up here either. Okay, that's not too bad. And then with this, I feel like it's a little obvious that it's glass. I don't know how to fix that, though. It may just be one of those things we'll get connect textures and pretend it's not. But I don't know what else to do. Bone meal also works on this. Do I have any bones? I don't. Okay. I have a zombie farm. That's not gonna be... I was just trying to think, do I have a skeleton farm? I'm sure somebody has a farm I could borrow. But I don't know who. I think that's enough one stack anyway. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's go get some bone meal. I think I have a little bit in my chest somewhere. Welcome back, Cat King. Hope you're doing well. Not that old. Mm-hmm. That's what they all say. I say that, and then I'm also somebody who gets called old a lot, and then I'm like, I'm not that old, and then they say the same thing to me. And thus the cycle repeats itself. What you get for sliding 6-7 in there? It's what he gets. I'm sure Nathan probably loves catching a Leon stream on occasion. Probably a joy to have Leon on the server. The 6-7 is strong with that one. do this. Well, honestly, I don't feel too terrible about using this bone meal for this. I was kind of worried that we were going to run out of bones for bone meal and for white dye, for that matter. But I think we've got enough to get us through. At least for now. We don't have a ton of brown dye. But we don't not have a ton either. First time I saw Leon was today. Oh, really? He's a pretty cool dude. I think his username on Twitch is Leon Skibbity, or is Leon Yeet Dab? It's one of those, I'm pretty sure. You gotta check him out sometime. He's pretty funny. I like his YouTube videos a lot, so I can vouch at least that much. His streams are also pretty good. Oh. I have a Third Eye Blind song stuck in my head and it won't leave. I see nothing wrong with that. I'm currently at our varsity girls basketball game for Pet Band. Hey, that's awesome. I love Pet Band. I hope you have fun with that then. If you need to hop out, please do so. Obligations, real life obligations come before. Beyond 69 Yeet Dab, I believe it was. Yeah, that sounds about right. There wasn't too much skibbity contamination. I know I heard at least one skibbity, and I heard one Ohio while I was there, but I didn't say anything. I thought about saying something, but then I was like, if I say something, I will not get any other work done. I will be here. So I opted to be responsible and keep lurking. It was really hard. I mean, I've seen him in chats and raids, but never watched. Definitely worth a check out, I think. Pretty funny, yeah. Unfortunately, I have a hard time catching his stream, but I do want to see more of it. He's also full-time creation right now, so I know he's committed to a schedule on Twitch, and I don't know what his upload schedule is like on YouTube, but he's got some of the best videos, in my opinion. At least in terms of Minecraft building. 'Cause he does like almost a pass the build challenge type of thing, which is it's really interesting, especially because of the names he gets. Like one of the videos, he had Mog Swamp on there, which is really, really interesting. Hi, what's up? What's up, Cat King? Semi Charmed Life is the one of the song, but has been there since I listened to it this morning. Oh no. Have you listened to it again since then? Sometimes you have to listen to a song again to get it out of your head or something like that. Do you like bands? Like, what kind of bands are we talking here? Like, I like rock bands. Do you mean like school bands though? I mean, I like hearing them too when I'm at like a game or anything like that as well. Pretty sure I lost my stream streak in Leon's stream because I stayed here too long yesterday. Oh no. That's an unfortunate thing. I'm sorry to hear that. I do know if it's been like, if it's within the 24-hour period, you can get it back. But you have to watch like 5 minutes of their VOD or something like that. I don't know the exact timings on it all, but it is something that I commit to try to get certain stream streaks. Like Elfie, I have a pretty good one on. Kit, I have a good one on. I'm starting to try to build one up on PyPy as well. And then I think that's all right now. But I've been trying to build up some more stream streaks on everywhere I can, really. Boop. So sorry for leaving your stream. I had to visit my grandma. No worries, dude. Like, that is way more important than my stream, I promise. Behind in the stream, we play one more time at Pet Band. Like, your school band. Oh, I was homeschooled, so we didn't have, like, a school band. My school band consisted of me and my guitar. And we didn't do any marching. We didn't do any performances or anything. I guess we did do a recital once, with the guy that was teaching us, but I hardly count that as much of anything. Although I do think my mom counted it as an extracurricular school activity, so it technically did count towards my grade, but it wasn't like anything cool. But I do like hearing the bands play when I do go to like a ball game. Or even just hearing them in the background if I'm watching like a college ball game. The bands are pretty cool. Marching band is fun. Oh, I bet. I had a lot of friends who were in marching band. They always had good experiences with it. Only works once, and I did that with this previous stream. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that would do it, I suppose. I guess I'm building this one here now, though. I appreciate that. Got 2 streaks going, 32 here and 61 in Elfies. Dang. That is insane. Was simple this year. Ooh, that's fun. Homeschooling, like, you're on your own pace, or do you like, where do you go like with grade? I'll answer that here in a second. Let me get back up here. Yes, it's both. So homeschool in its traditional sense before COVID appropriated it in the public school sense. That's what I've always done. So my parents were in charge of all the education. So they pick the curriculum, they track the grades, they submit it to the Department of Education if they have to. You know, we still have to do core classes and stuff. And, you know, all those things. And we still have to pass. We don't just get to pass with a 30%, you know. Ultimately, if your goal is to go to college, you still need to pass an ACT or an SAT, whichever one you need for your school. Although most do take the ACT. And we could go at our own pace. So a lot of the times we would start a little later or end a little earlier, and we would take a vacation before everybody else did, or we would take a vacation in the middle of the year because we were able to get ahead. And that meant that we didn't have to deal with the school rush, where everybody's all trying to do summer vacation at the same exact time. And that meant that we could really go out and make a bunch of memories without it being ruined by a bunch of annoying 6th graders or whatever, you know? Sorry to any 6th graders. I promise you're not all annoying, but you'll look back and you'll cringe at yourself. I do all the time. It's okay. That all said, we did go at our own pace. We also did our own grading, and it's a lot more different than what modern day homeschooling is kind of considered, because a lot of people consider that to be when you do school at home over like Zoom, which is in my opinion, that's just school at home versus homeschool. it's a very small difference in terms of wording, but it's a big difference in terms of execution. There's 6th graders here. I hope not. But if there are, then, like, I just covered my bases there is all. I need to get a little bit more of a considerable brown platform here before I can start putting in the gray. Did you ever get put into detention, if that's what you call it in the US too? I do believe that is what it's called here in the US, detention and suspension. Detention being, you are withheld, I guess, and suspension being you are kicked out for a whatever time. I personally never did. The closest like technically it was just timeout. But it was always because I didn't do something. It was because I did something outside of school that deserved it usually. And I don't actually ever recall being put in timeout. That's all my parents had to do was threaten timeout, and I would crack. Like, I don't want to, like, claim I was golden child status, but I was pretty dang close. And I've been told as much. I was a good kid, because I didn't want to get in trouble. You know, the threat of just being told that I couldn't play with my Legos or that I couldn't play a video game was enough for me to go, I don't want to get put in timeout at all. Suspension doesn't work because it would be actually, I think, illegal for my parents to suspend me from homeschooling without enrolling me into a different school, unless they were going to force me to do more work all at once. But the thing is, like, the workload I had, I could have, like, procrastinated the entire week's worth of work and still do it all in one day faster than public school school days would go, because well, I'm gonna, like, trash the school system. I know it does some things very well, and I know I didn't live it, but I'm gonna trash it really quick. There's a lot of waste in the school system. It is full of fluff, which isn't necessarily, like, a downright awful thing. There's a lot of cool stuff that the school system does. You know, there's a lot of non-essential classes that I do strongly believe in. Economics being one of them. I believe strongly that culinary is important. I think computer science being taught in schools is amazing as well. But there's so much fluff in there that doesn't necessarily belong, in my opinion, in the school system as well, that it takes way longer than it should. And so people are at school almost as long as a job. In some cases, they're there longer than their parents are working. And that's just outrageous to me. Kids should not be sat there learning for 8 hours. That you're not learning, you're not absorbing anything in those 8 hours. Your brain is just actively turning to mush because it can't absorb that much info. And that's not like me insulting kids. That's me insulting the school system, because anybody knows if you try to cram a bunch of information into your brain, only so much of it can stick at once. I've actually halfway drafted a school reform idea, because it is something that's on my mind a lot, is just how much stress we put on our kids because of the school system, and it's exactly why I would never send my kid to school. If we would shorten down the length of time each day is, then I think overall you would end up with a overall more healthy, mentally speaking, generation, and hopefully a overall actually better educated generation, because they're going to retain things, and they're going to be able to do research on some of the stuff that they want outside of it as well. And I think we should still teach electives. But I think it should be done in a different way than what it is now. Because I have no issue with, like, some of these classes, but there are... I think there's no reason why we're teaching kids geometry, in all honesty, like, beyond the basics of geometry, because I'm not going to remember every single way to find the length of a side of a triangle. If I need to find out how to find another side of a triangle, I'm going to look it up. That's just how that works. You know, we're in a different age, and I don't want to hear somebody say, well, what if you can't look it up? Because we heard that same argument about you won't always have a calculator in your pocket. And what do we have in our pocket at all times now? A calculator. Like, I understand that that wasn't always true, and we do need to still learn these things to some degree. However, we don't need that if you're not going into a specialized field where you need to know how to do that, because you're not going to remember. I don't remember, and I was forced to learn that. I say forced like it was like pulling teeth, although it kind of was. I hated geometry. Don't get me started on, like, algebra is actually good, and there are a lot of cases to use algebra in real life. But again, you only use the basics for most of them. Jorby, thank you for spending your taxes. I appreciate it. I totally don't exist right now. No, I see you. I see you. Different here. Teacher gives you detention for 30 minutes or an hour, and you stay after school and sit in a room. I think that's similar. Here, I never was public schooled, though, so we didn't have a detention in that sense. Fellow Christian homeschooler, awesome. Hey, Sable, hello. That's the same reason I'm gonna homeschool my kid, absolutely. I know, I don't know how many kids I'm gonna have, but it's gonna be a lot. They're all getting the homeschool treatment. And people are always so worried that they're gonna turn out weird. I'm not that weird, guys, am I? I did this type of thing in the storage room, and it took so much glass. Dude, it is so bad. It is so bad. I did see it, though. I was lurking in the stream, and I looked over because I could hear everybody going, whoa, this is really cool. It looked sick. I almost was like, I should try to steal some of that. It looked really cool, Jelly. Also, thank you for the follow, Stable. I appreciate it. Typical young answer. I could just ChatGPT it. Who needs school when you got ChatGPT? Well, I think we should learn a lot of the basics. I just don't think we should learn, like... We don't need to learn all the specialized stuff unless you really need the specialized stuff. Like, finding the longest side of the triangle, that's easy. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right? Longest side of the triangle. Really easy. But then you get to things that, like, quite frankly, don't matter. Like, I can't think of the times that I'm going to need to use side angle side. Or side angle to find whatever other thing. That's that's more into engineering, and they're gonna teach you that again in college anyway. With the current way that we're teaching it to kids, and then they're going to forget it. Like, I don't remember most of that stuff. And, like, if they enjoy it, they can take an elective to go ahead and learn it ahead of time. But we just cram way too much in, within the school system. Like, if we could cut our days in half, like, our school days in half, give young people half their day back, especially since we're sending them home with so much stupid amounts of homework. Like, homework was supposed to be a tool to help you understand it, not to be a part of your grade. I think that's a little silly, that we've attached it to that. Like, I don't know if the school system deserves a lot of grace, if I'm entirely real with you guys. It was designed for a different time period, and that's okay, but it's also okay to say we're going to evolve. I tried it without the concrete on the sides at first, and it wasn't the same. It needs a solid color on the side. Yeah, I'm thinking here we may have to do something similar because we are... I mean, it doesn't look fantastic, but I'm not entirely certain at what point we'll take that in until we have all the fog in, all the glass in. Then I'll kind of be able to get a better idea of it. But we're doing a little bit of brown to kind of give it a smoggier effect, I guess. Try borderless glass texture pack. Oh, I 100% will. I just don't have one right now, and I'm too lazy to go get one. And then also, of course, I'm going to have some buildings put in, like half buildings. So that way, when you actually look down, it won't just be straight up fog. You'll see some things in there to give it depth. You're probably the most normal person I know, and that's saying a lot. That is crazy. Normal as in doesn't make silly faces and stupid jokes. Like typo. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know. My parents did a really good job on me. Like I said, my mom has basically told me I was probably one of the least problematic. Not to say her other kids were problematic, because most of them really weren't. But I did a lot of things. I matured very quickly. And I never really argued with them. And I was more scared of getting in trouble than just doing what they told me to do. So it was a healthy fear. Like, I had a very good grasp on consequences, and that was something I never wanted to worry about. I'm a very empathetic person. I think that's the word I'm looking for there. So I always thought about what it was like for the person opposite me. So if I didn't agree with what my parents told me to do, and I ignored it, I thought about how that was going to come off to them, and I didn't like how that could have made them feel. So ultimately, I always did what they wanted me to do. But I do know that's also a very maturity-based thing. Not everybody just comes pre-built with that. And I'm not saying I came pre-built with it. I definitely learned that over time. But it was a very, very quick piece of time for me. Looks pretty good so far. I appreciate that. Thank you. My parents' goal with me was to teach me to love to learn. I need to go learn something new or remember something forgotten. I know I can do that. So many kids these days just shut down when asked to do that. Yes. That was the cool thing about being homeschooled, is you do learn how to actually learn. Because you are sat there with a book that tells you what you need to know, and it is your job to actually learn. my parents went so far as teaching us how to research. So, I mean, we went to the library. We looked up resources. We, if there was something we wanted to learn, we looked it up. That guitar back there... Okay, I'm upside down. That guitar back there, while yes, I did have music lessons for a good portion of my life, my music teacher even taught me how to teach myself. And even parts of it that he didn't do well in teaching me how to look up, there was enough basis between my homeschool experience and my experience with him that I was able to finish teaching myself there. And everything I'm doing here, streaming, I taught myself the vast majority of it. I looked up my own resources for it. StreamerBot was a thing that took me a lot of time to get the hang of. Video editing and 3D printing. That thing sucks. I hate 3D printing. But it's something I've learned how to do because I've sat there and taught myself a lot about it. And then even beyond that, you have game development, something I've also been teaching myself. Because every course I've tried to take has let me down in some way. So ultimately, it's up to me to teach myself, which is a very good skill that everybody can have. If everybody could teach themselves how to learn or be taught how to learn, you don't have a need for a degree other than the fact that you need a piece of paper to say you're qualified. There's nothing wrong with college. In fact, I encourage everybody, if you have something that you want to go pursue, college is great for that. But if you don't need a degree for the field you want to go into, and you know how to teach yourself, teach yourself. You know, at the end of the day, computer science, while yes, you can go get a degree in it, there's enough resources online to teach yourself, and you can prove that you know what you're doing because of your portfolio. Designing things that are really, really overcomplicated just for the sake of doing it, you can do that. Like, it's crossed my mind, it would be really cool to make an operating system. I probably never will because I don't have the willpower to do that. But I am building a whole video game from scratch that incorporates all these wonderful tools that we have nowadays that we didn't have back when I was a kid to make this dream come true. And that is a very cool thing to be able to attempt in this day and age. You know, we have YouTube at our fingertips, and YouTube has so many resources on there, and I don't think we really stop to appreciate just how crazy that really is. You have the world's information literally at your fingertip. And if that's not enough information for you to learn from, then I'm not like saying this to be mean to anybody, but I don't know what is enough information. If that is. Alright, I'm gonna read your chats now. I'm sorry. You're probably the most. You're the most. It's alright. Admiral, thank you for submitting your taxes. I appreciate it. Submitting tax. Thank you so much. 22 tax missions in total. Also, hello, tax. Good to see you, dude. Here's your dab. Appreciate it. Hydrate from Rock. Jorby, if it's alright, I'll do the silly voice as Kermit the Frog. If it's good with me. I came in here with the intention of talking. However, I lost 80% of my energy all of a sudden. I'll be lurking and watching chat, but that's it. That's A-okay, Admiral. Enjoy the lurk. Appreciate it. I've been taking Harvard CS course for free, and the only difference is I'm by myself. I don't get a special piece of paper. It's great. I struggled with that one because of C. But that is actually a really great course because it does teach you to look up stuff, because they don't actually you don't have a teacher to tell you the answer. Um, so I don't want to like slight people. How do you say that? But yes, without a teacher there to tell you the answer when you're having a hard time, it forces you to problem solve. So you do end up searching the forum and looking around at everybody else and seeing how they got through it. And by teaching yourself or by teaching somebody else as well, you ultimately will end up learning the best there. I remember so much of my personal finance class, especially because I sat there and I've taught a lot of personal finance to other people. I taught it to a friend. I've taught it to my brother. I've taught it to myself. I've talked to you guys extensively about it on stream because it's very important. The second you know how to handle your money is the second you know how to, like, position your life. And it's sad that money is such an important part of it, but that isn't escapable. Like, you can't just escape that money is a necessity. We can sit here and say that it's terrible that that's how it is, but, you know, it's not gonna change that that's how it is. But my point to all that is, you know, I only remember so much of that because I've had to spout out all the information that I know about it. Same thing with, you know, religious texts. I know a lot about the Bible because I've talked a lot about the Bible with a lot of people because they've had questions. And I am not a stranger to answering questions. I love answering questions, in fact. Probably the best part about knowing so much about it is all the questions that we get. And it helps you be more firm in what you understand because you've been able to reason it. Because when somebody else asks the question, they're coming at it from a completely different position than what you had. And so you understand it a lot more fully by saying, it's this, it's that, it has, this is why it's this way, or this is why I think it's that way. It's really, thanks for putting the Omnia link in there, Nathan. Appreciate it. Alright, I figured a Sly voice would be pretty simple, just a suggestion. My Sly voice would come out very... How do I put this? It would come out probably a little racist sounding. Not intentionally, but I feel like people would probably think I'm trying to sound different than what I am. I don't know if that's a good idea is the only thing. Just because I know where my voice sets naturally. I could try practicing it at some point though, maybe. I don't know. You wield your nail like a club. Sly is one of the best characters on Hollow Knight though. But yeah, I could do it. I thought it was all just a high-pitched Dota voice. It's close to that. But it's got like a slight, almost, in my opinion, I hear a little bit of a more of an Asian inflection on it, which isn't a bad thing. It's just, instinctively, when I do a Yoda voice, I already put a little bit of a inflection on it, and I don't want the wrong idea to come across to passerbys. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, I would highly. I heard the best way to learn is to teach. I just barely passed math GED, and then I went on to computer math for years. That is awesome. But yes, no, absolutely. Tutoring math is crazy work. I was not good at math. I only actually, similar experience, only really understood algebra after I started teaching my brother. Because he needed help and my parents didn't know what to do. And it was either call my friend or I figure it out. So I sat there and I looked at it and I figured it out. And then eventually we started calling my friend because it got past my level. And I didn't remember anything of calculus. I didn't actually take calculus officially. I took, like, it was part of my algebra course, I believe. And so I had part of it mixed in or something like that. I don't know. Anyway. Permit, right? Hey Siri, set a timer for 5 minutes. You're really quiet. Thank you. Okay. We are going to... Oh boy. This is really big. I didn't think about just quite how large it is. But that's okay. We need to get some more brown dye. And then what we're going to do is we're going to place it out over here in the glass. And then we'll check out the gray dye again. And we'll hopefully almost be done with the brown. Because I don't want to mess with the brown too much longer. I know I barely have enough glass as it is. So it's going to be a little tight. I was kind of lazy and admittedly probably didn't get as much as I needed, but it was very close. It was very, very close. I got like 11 shulker boxes, I believe, maybe 12. You should try the Hollowness Vocalize mod and try to replicate Windad's interpretation of it, or not. I will check that out sometime. I've not played modded Hollow Knight, like, ever. Outside of the multiplayer mod, which I tried just this last week. But I will check that out sometime. And maybe I'll be able to give it a try. We'll see. We'll see. Brown dye. And we need some brown dye. Yep. Here we go. Alright. I need to get a little bit more throaty with the voice, I think, because it's kinda lame. Kermit the Frog here, yeah. I got a little bit too throaty. Okay, there we go. We're going with this for now. I think that's, pretty good. Kill him. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So, I got a headache. That's, not great. There we go. I may give you a little bit extra time since I did, wait a little bit long to give you the voice redeem. But, it was either this or Donald Trump, and I figured I would save you guys since he's been in the news a lot lately. I know I get kind of sick of politics after a while. I don't love hearing political voices a ton. I do make fun of it, but I also understand it gets very exhausting after weeks and weeks and weeks of it all. No matter which side of the political parties you are, or if you are on a side, it gets exhausting. I am going to go ahead and place along this side so that we can walk alongside it, so that we can fill in that. Okay, let's do this. Kermit the Frog here. Oh, Christmas is coming. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting pretty excited. Everybody is supposed to be here, which is a lovely time of the year for me, because it means I get to play with all the little ones. I am going to be the favorite uncle once again, because not only do I have very great voice impressions at times, maybe not the best of them, but definitely some good ones, I'm also the only one who is currently jobless, and that means I get to stay home and play with them all. And when the other ones get home, they're going to be tired, so I get to claim all the glory here. That seems pretty good to me, and that's just how the cookie crumbles for them, I suppose. The other uncles just don't stand a chance, and I'm glad I do. How dare you say job? I said the J slur. My bad. I should have thought about how that might affect some of you. Okay. Every time I hear this one Minecraft song, all I can think of is give us the next task. Life Steal Season 5 on the Foundation found the last clue to stop the abyss from turning spawn into void. I have no clue what that is, but okay, that's fair. I love the Minecraft. It's so versatile. That sounds like just how the sound of the music is, and kind of the basic scene that you set up with the words. I could see how that would work very well. So very interesting. Have a job. Scary. Political news is interesting to follow. I watch a YouTube stream most nights about all the latest news about the wars going on. It's interesting. I find it very interesting personally, because, you know, even though I do care a decent amount in terms of, like, you know, life, I do like seeing just how the landscape shift, because it does jump around a lot. Like, Europe had a very interesting shakeup last year, I believe, or maybe it was even this year, which was, like, very interesting to watch. And, you know, even here in the US, we see the same thing every couple of months, it feels, which is expected. I find it very interesting. I do know a lot of people come to Twitch, though, for an escape from it all, and I do respect that as well. I guess right now I have, like, 4 jobs. 4? I guess, yeah, no, 4 is about right. All of them are self-employed, though. I have a hard time focusing on just one task. So, videos, streams are kind of one. But then I've got the game dev side. That's 2. Then I do a job for my dad, which is, data entry, basically. I'm handed a PDF, and I just gotta turn that into something else. And then, we've got... What's the third one I was thinking of? I have another side project that I haven't told you guys about yet. Because I've been thinking about it, and I haven't, like, firmly committed to it. But it could be a cool thing to pursue a little bit of. But, like, with everything else I've got going on, it's not feasible for me to take on another thing. That's kind of why I'm a little concerned to ever say something. Because I don't want there to be any expectations of me actually following through. Because I'm really bad. Once I say I'm going to do something, I expect myself and I expect everybody else to expect that I'm going to do it. My word means something. So I don't like just announcing like, oh yeah, I'm doing this thing, but you guys may never see the light of day on that because I don't have time. Like the whole time excuse, while it is accurate mostly, it's not an excuse I like to use a lot because it does just come off as like, no, you just don't want to do that. That's okay. Just say you don't want to do it. As a fellow employed person, uses that casually. It's funny. That is one of the most funny memes from Gen Z, in my opinion, is the job slur. At first, the people that take it actually seriously and think it should be, like, banned or whatever, I think they're taking it a little too far. But, they're not just taking it a little too far. They're taking it very much too far. But, for the rest of us, like, that's just find it funny as a joke. It's great. I love it. Honestly, we've not had any hardware issues today. It's just been internet. And internet has just been kind of goofy in general in my area, so I'll take it. We're not doing too bad. Because last time we streamed it was kind of laggy. Today, though, it's been just fine, so... Oop. I'm so happy to not have been born, like, later, because being Gen Alpha, I think, would honestly suck. I don't envy Gen Alpha because I think everybody's going to talk to them like they're stupid. And while some of that might be true that they are, I don't want to call them stupid. They haven't had a chance to prove whether they are or not. But while they may be not like the most intelligent generation of all, I don't think that means we should treat them automatically like they aren't. At least somewhat basically intelligible. So I kind of understand. They definitely have some disadvantages to it all. I mean, even now, like, Gen Z, when they first entered the workforce, people talk to us like stupid. And it was just like, dude, I know what I'm doing. Like, I'm not a completely uneducated man. Like, I do know a little bit about how the world works. Although I think every employer should just talk to employees like they're stupid, because a lot of employees don't really know how to do the job that the employer wants them to do the way they want them to do it. And so that would fix a lot of the issues, I suppose. But when they get to high school, everyone will be like them, so they wouldn't get bullied. This is true. They won't be bullied in school, but I think in the real world, for lack of a better term, when they, you know, they're 18, 19, 20, whatever, And they're starting to become a larger portion of the adult world. I do think people will treat them not as well. Genuinely speaking, they're gonna grow out of it. They're like the first full generation that's been born to be put right in front of screens, though. You know, my nieces and nephew, all of them are Gen Alpha, I think. I don't think any of them are no, none of them are young enough to be Gen Z. And they've all turned out so far so good. But it's because, you know, my brother and sister have done a really diligent job to make sure that they're not in front of screens. You know, they do go outside. They do play with their toys. They do interact with other people outside of a virtual sense. In fact, I don't think they interact with anybody virtually besides my mom and my dad, who they call. Which is completely different than scrolling TikTok as a 8-year-old, you know? I think the worst thing we ever did was allow kids on those platforms. I knew it was a bad idea from the second one of my friends was on there. And he showed me this most brain-rotted thing ever, and I was like, dude. And, like, we were less than 13 years old. I'm pretty sure I was 12. He was probably 11. And he was on TikTok, making TikToks, and, like... I don't know. Youngest niece is beta, I believe. Is she? When did Gen Beta start? When did it start? 2013? I think so. Gen Z is 1998 to 2012, I think. That sounds about right. Our word is precious. Don't let us lose it. It's value by throwing it around when the reaction is so much better to throw randomly into conversation without everyone. Crazy. You beat beta apparently. Started this year. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. Any future nieces and nephew though, they will be beta. Australia got it right by banning under 16s. All countries should follow. I firmly agree. Anyone under the age of 16 should not be allowed a social media profile. And I do believe that they shouldn't be scrolling on social media. I believe that, you know, all that stuff. My only concern is the execution of it. Because we have a similar thing, I believe, in draft here in the US. And we've got a similar thing in Europe as well, right? You guys have some internet ID laws now. Which several companies have thrown fits about. The ones that have thrown the biggest fits are probably the ones that really should have been banned a long time ago in terms of ID verification. Because nobody under the age of 18 should be ever looking at that stuff. But I digress. I'll just get, you Americans are so sanitized, and you don't let your kids watch insert things here because somebody wasn't wearing a shirt in one of these scenes. Like, I'm sorry, no kid should be viewing that content. Anyway, that being said, you know, I've heard that they've been some of the ones that have the heaviest pushback because they know their primary user base is young people. But ID verification for internet, I'm iffy on, because what is being logged and reported to the government, you know, I don't necessarily care. You guys, I would share my internet history with everybody, because truth is Google probably already does share it with everybody. But do I really want my government to know every single place I spend my time at? Do I want them to know exactly when I'm using the internet and for how long? Like, you know, there are some implications there, but I do agree that it should be monitored for the younger generations, and unfortunately, parents aren't doing that part. And I don't know what the solution is there without the government stepping in. And I don't know what that would look like, because quite frankly, parents, I don't want to say just in general parents don't want to step in, because I do think some do, but they don't know how. But you know, this goes all back to me saying that we should cut down in half the amount of time kids are spending in school. It's all about mental health, and it's been proven kids are overall happier when they're not in front of a screen 24. Especially later in life, because they become so screen reliant. You know, every app, every show, every video on YouTube and on just phones in general are designed to be dopamine trap. When you grow up and that's all you watch, you have a higher baseline requirement for dopamine, and it's a lot harder to break the need for that if you start off young needing it. So the only solution is to limit it while you're young. But if parents won't take care of the issue, then that leaves the government. And I don't really like the government taking care of the issue either, because, well, they're the government. You know, I'm not like an anti-government guy. I think government has its place. It's just, it's got its place. And is this the place that they're supposed to be? I don't know. My list says Gen Z is 1995 to 2009. Just make it by a year, baby. Yeah. Not Gen Alpha for me. Most commonly agreed upon time is 1997 to 2012. It's weird. The timelines are all weird. Everybody has their own idea of it. I agree 2012 makes the most sense to put it into. Because that was the year that a lot of things changed. It's when a lot of the technological shift happened. And so it just makes the most sense that that would be when the generations are broken up there. But I also understand, like, the other point of view. 2009 also, a lot of things changed there. But I would say 2012 is when the pop culture stuff really took hold. Didn't people say the world was going to end in 2012? Yup. It was a really big thing. We got strict internet laws in the UK now. Get arrested for posts on social media. Oh, that's awful. Got strict age verification for adult sites. That's good. I'm all for that. I have no issue with them having adult websites blocked up with age verification. Whether that be through credit card or ID. You will never hear me complain about that. I don't know if we need Amazon.com to be blocked by age verification, or YouTube even. I do think YouTube should have some amount of verification, which they're testing that here even. YouTube thought I was a kid on one of my accounts, and so it locked it so I couldn't comment, I couldn't view certain videos, even if they were Minecraft videos, because they weren't marked for kids until I verified my account. And it was only certain ones. It was ones that it detected swearing in, which I kind of expected. But I messed around with the feature a little bit because I was really curious. So I just verified it, and then I was able to use it. We were good. Refrigerator, this is not a viewer joinable server, I'm sorry to say. This is the Twitch SMP content creator server. If you're looking to ever join it, then I would encourage you to keep an eye out on the social medias and wait for them to open up applications there. Okay, we don't need brown dye anymore, so I'm just going to tear this down away. Okay. Makes sense. Just Google gave me that I do for 1997 to 2012 because like the 13-year-old nowadays aren't all brain dead. Most aren't. That's fair. Yeah. Let's say the world. Yeah. 2000 all technology will break. Millennium bug. Yeah. Y2K. There's actually some validity to that. Is it just me or millennials think they are so much better than Gen Z? That was a thing. Yeah. Nathan, that is an S tier joke. That was 2012 in my calendar. Millennials think they're better than everyone in their blood. Goes because the world. I mean, you look at any generation, and generally speaking, they. Except Gen Z. Gen Z is a weird... Well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know a ton of... I know a lot of... But a lot of us think we're cooked, and that our generation is actually one of the worst. But anything before the millennials, usually they think they're the greatest. Like, boomers, they think they're the greatest. What is it? Gen X? They're... Or no, Gen Y, sorry. They're also very much like, we're the best. Millennials think they're the best. Gen Z were like, man... I don't know how to... I accidentally burnt my piece of toast this morning. Our whole generation is doomed. Like... It could be the most little thing, and Gen Z is, like, already melting down about it. And it doesn't have anything to do with their generation. It's just, like, that's a normal human thing. Sometimes we're gonna burn our toast. I burn my waffle every, like, other week. Gen Alpha, I do worry about. And it's not entirely their fault. It's just a product of our time. But Gen Alpha and Gen Beta I do worry about because with AI being on the rise and how prevalent it is in everything we do, I do wonder how that's going to affect them creatively speaking. Gen Z is like one of the most creative generations I've ever met. What is it? The best engineers are lazy or something like that, because they're very creative. Because they find the quickest way to do something. You know, whatever gets them out of spending more time on it. Gen Z is not lazy in the traditional sense. They're very efficient because they value the time that they do have. So they're like one of the creative generations I've ever. But, I do wonder where that creativity go. I mean, Gen Z grew up thinking all of us were going to be YouTubers and content creators, and I mean, some of us have that. Some of us have tried to live that. Others are definitely living it. Most of us probably grew out of that to the most degree. Because a lot of people are like, as cool as that sounds, I don't really like editing. I don't like writing. I don't like thumbnails or whatever, you know. Or the reality hits that not everybody can do it, otherwise nobody will consume. But because of that, I think a lot of the creativity was there because we've had such a platform to be able to showcase that. Whereas generations before us didn't have that ability to show off their creativity. You know, I think about my parents, you know, their best thing that they could have shown creatively as kids would have just been showing their friends this piece of art they created, not necessarily being able to show off this book that they wrote or this story that they could tell. We are in a very unique position, Gen Z is, where we were given all the tools to showcase our creativity and share it with all of our friends. And I think that's something really cool. Gen Z is slowly gaining self-respect. You're a bit behind. Yeah, I do know. I do know that they're starting to gain respect, a lot, self-respect. The problem is, I don't know if the rest of the world will give them that respect initially. They'll have to fight for it. But yes, the older Gen Zers, especially, I felt like the older Gen Zers, surprisingly, are pretty silent. And I think it's because half of them thought they were millennials, and then the other half, they were told that they probably weren't going to amount to much, and so they just kept their head down and are either grinding away to make sure that they amount to something, or they actually believe they're not going to amount to anything, and so they're not going to speak up about it. Either way, that's a thing. But yes, Gen Z is starting to gain self-respect, and a lot of that comes out of the fact that the generation after them, Gen Alpha, is they're what happens when you give them full access to what Gen Z was just discovered. You know, the internet was big when we were in Gen Z, but now it is daily life of Gen Alpha. You know, as early, I guess mid Gen Z, we still played outside. We still played with toys. You know, later Gen Z probably didn't necessarily have that as much. And, you know, Gen Alpha definitely, still, there are cases where they still do, but, you know, it's not necessarily the case completely and totally. Oh, it's you. I thought you were a creeper, dude. What are you selling? The mini blocks. I don't know if anybody needs those. I'll leave it alone. Gen Z the worst. Have you seen those iPad kids? Fair. You're born to make memes about tragedies. Yeah, that's fair. No time for anything else. No different than kids saying they would be astronauts. To be honest, that's true. And like Nathan said, yes, if SpaceX keeps it up, it's not unrealistic to say that they won't be astronauts at this point. We are decades away from being able to make regular trips to the moon and regular trips to Mars. Like, we are this close to being an interplanetary species. Is that not cool? Like, okay, This is like about to become an Omnia rant because that's what Omnia is based around, is being an intergalactic species. But we're that close to being able to actually live that. Like, in my old age, I'll probably be seeing people travel throughout the star. Like, is that not cool? I don't know if I'll ever leave the Earth. You know, this is kind of the equivalent of people not trusting cars at first, or being scared to fly on airplanes, or you know, worried about trains, boats, you know, whatever was not, whatever was a new technology and transport style. I don't know if I'll ever get past that. I think it'd be really cool to go to space and do those things. I don't think I'll ever live off of the Earth. I think this is where I'm supposed to be. But, you know, it's so unique, this time period that we live in. It's really, really cool. SpaceX are actually coming really close to reusable rockets. Oh yeah, they're really, really close. How much worse it could be. Yeah. Yeah, I think Gen Z was a little apathetic, which just means that they were losing a lot of hope because they thought they were bad, and now I think they're losing hope for other generations, but they're saying we gotta do better. Which, that is something I am proud of Gen Z for, even though I do critique them on a lot of things, I do also praise them on some things. Gen Z does it very well, where they are saying, we gotta do better. Where'd my cows... I don't know how that happened. Well, let's just start breeding... Well, let's breed the chickens, I guess. I don't know what happened to my cows. But... the internet existed back then, but it's been perfected to be more addictive now? Yes, exactly. Yeah, the internet is much more... The internet is a drug now. It's not even just, like, it exists. It's more so... Back when I was a kid, you went to the internet for very specific things. Now you go onto the internet to waste time. Which is also one of the things we used to do as kids on the internet. We would waste time. We would play Flash games. We would get on, you know, various video games. But we got on there for one purpose, and that was it. You didn't really do much work on the internet. It was a thing you could do, but it wasn't like a big thing. And it was usually pricey to do, like, a bunch of video calls. But you didn't, like, sit there and scroll on Facebook. You would get on, you'd scroll, you get to the bottom of it, and you'd be like, okay, I saw everything I needed to see from my friends. Now it's a lot different. The internet has very much shifted away from being just that. I went out there for bones. That's what I went there for. I don't know what I did. Okay, let's go get some bones and we'll swap out to some more rocket. We need to go buy more as well, it seems. Okay. Boop. Go buy like 4 stacks. I think that'll get us through. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I still have hope for generations beyond me. I think they'll figure it out. They just gotta learn that there's a lot of life still out there, and they need to find what clicks for them. The most beautiful thing is also the most detrimental thing. They have the world at their fingertips. The question is that, is that going to be their saving grace, or is that going to be their destroying angel, I guess, for maintaining the, what's the term I'm looking for there? Maintaining the allegory? No. Allegory is what I'm thinking of, but that's not what I'm trying to say. One, two, we'll go 5. I think we'll need 5. Okay. I'm getting aggravated. Why is that, Wolfbane? Why is that? I should start working on concept art for Perilous Poems, low-key. Starting to be the art director, so I should probably lock in starting soon, but then again, King streams are straight addicting to watch. If you're able to, I would encourage you to just listen in the background. I do understand totally what you mean, though. I'm really bad about that. I love watching other people's streams, and it holds me back, because I should be working, but then it's like, oh, but this guy's streaming right now. And then I'm like, but he's talking to chat, and the chat sounds like they're saying something interesting. I want to see exactly what they're saying. So I totally get it. But absolutely, get work done if you can. Gen Z, I think, is the most interesting generation because we found ways to look and do things. Oh, absolutely. Well, Gen Z was a generation that was... I don't want to, like, over-dramatize them, but they are a generation that had to learn how to cope with something that is very unique for our day and age. You know, we had a worldwide plague, essentially, that struck the whole world and locked us down. And we had to find ways to get around that. Now, the generations above us are the ones that usually found ways around it, but we found ways to use those tools to better ourselves. You know, we spent, we've learned how to develop friendships that span thousands of miles. You know, I've got friends on the other side of the world. I mean, shoot. Like, this was a thing before, like, Twitch was a thing before, but, you know, there's a lot of, there's a lot to be said about the fact that, like, it was not super common, I guess, for people to know somebody who, is in the United Kingdom when you're in the United States. Like, that's just not, it wasn't, like, a commonality. I know a lot of people who live in England. I know a lot of people just in Europe in general. I know a few Germans. Like, this is a very unique generation in that regard. And it is one of those things, I mean, Gen Z adapted to the unfortunate situation they were in, and I really do respect that. That wasn't an easy adaptation to make. Okay, I need to sleep. My computer keeps crashing and I don't have money to replace it. I felt that. My computer was struggling a couple of weeks ago. You just kind of make do with what you can. What is causing it to crash? Do you know? A lot of the time, yeah. You can usually figure it out and kind of make some changes. It may not need a replacement, but it may need. It depends on what kind of computer you have. If you have like a laptop, it's not as simple as replacing a part. Not always. You can work on laptops. It's a little tricky. But you know, what about you know, what if it's just like a software? You know, can you repair some files, you know, check for viruses, see all those things, because those all cause shutdowns. It may just be an overheating problem even, and you gotta clean out all the dust. That's a very real thing. Would anyone in the chat call me an iPad kid? If I struggle with drawing with a mouse, I prefer to keep my art within a digital space. No, that's completely fair. An iPad kid is someone who's addicted to their iPad. If you use it to draw it and stuff, you aren't. Yeah, no, you would not be an iPad kid. An iPad kid is, in my opinion, this is like the kid that takes it to the dinner table. They take their iPad with them to restaurants. They do not leave home without their iPad. Chances are there's like a good amount of snot also on the iPad, and probably a lot of cringe games on them as well. College laptop, I see. Laptops are a little harder to operate on. COVID, I broke the rules of COVID. I didn't, like, follow them to a T, but I did do a lot of precautions, because I was around a lot of older people, at a lot of points in times, so I did have to follow the rules. But I was also working at Walmart during that time period, so I was already doused in hand sanitizer. I was already wearing a mask, like, 24/7, so much so that, like, there was lines on my face all the time, just from where the mask was on. And my ears would hurt when I got home because it was pulling on my ears. Like, it was... I did follow the precaution. Even if I didn't always agree 100% with them. I looked at it and said, it's better for me to be in a little bit of discomfort here than be wrong in this or to make somebody uncomfortable. You know, if this did end up getting somebody sick and because I didn't follow the precautions and they ended up hospitalized or dead, I would feel very, very bad about that. I'd feel responsible for that. So for me to wear a mask for a couple hours, and then take my lunch and not wear it, and then put it back on and go back out for a couple more hours, it wasn't a big deal. I mean, shoot. Doctors and surgeons and nurses, they wear theirs, like, how long a day, every day? And they did that before COVID. Like, I think the whole mask versus no mask thing was a little stupid. Regardless of whatever the numbers say, like, I think a lot of people are blowing it out of proportion and saying, like, this is gonna cause me physical health issues. The only people that it may have would have been people who would have been more affected by actually getting sick. Like, people who have asthma or COPD. And those people probably shouldn't be out and about anyway. In terms of, you know, getting sick. Let's be friends with them anyway. I know. Stupid British people. I want to watch a movie, but my family says that it's more family time to sit quietly and watch YouTube instead of movie. I don't get their logic there. Like, are you guys watching YouTube as a family, or are you just, like, sitting in the same room watching YouTube? Like, like, watching YouTube individually. In my opinion, I would rather watch a movie as family time than even watching a YouTube video as a family. But, you know, if it's just that they don't have enough time to sit there for a movie, or nothing really sounds like a good movie to watch, then I get that too, I suppose. I'm starting to wonder if I have enough glass. Because this isn't our last layer, we still have another one. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. COVID is a ramped up flu, that's my belief. I mean, it's a variant, essentially. It is essentially the flu, it's just we didn't have the immune system built up against this specific type of flu, essentially. You want to hear me say essentially again? Essentially. So, while yes, it is just the flu, but worse, you know, it's kind of like the flu is just the cold, but worse. You know, the main problem was we have a lot of people whose immune systems can't fight that. If you live in a place and your family isn't, like, immune compromised at all, and they're not older, then it's completely fine. But if you're working around elderly people, they will have the rough time. My mom got hospitalized because of it. Like, it is, like, I don't think it's made up, if anyone is wondering that. Like, I think it's very much a real thing. It was a real thing before. It's, what was it originally called? Like SARS 2 or something like that. It's a variant of that, which is a variant of another thing. But after so many variants, it becomes its own thing. It stems off of a whole different cell. Viruses are interesting. They're very, very interesting. I hate iPads. I mean, I strongly dislike it. I had an iPad growing up, and I did bring it with me in the car, but I never took it with me into a restaurant. I never, I wasn't, like, anxious without it. You know, I'd like to believe I was pretty responsible with it. I did take it with me in the car, though. And the reason for that was because my parents and my siblings, they all got on their phone when they were in the car. In my mind, as a kid, I saw no difference between them being on their phone and me being on my iPad. Because we were just doing the same exact thing. We were just trying to pass the time by doing whatever we wanted. So I had no issue whatsoever with doing that. But I would not take it inside because I felt like I felt like being on your phone was disrespectful as a kid. Like, being on your phone at the dinner table. All of my family does that. It bugs me. It bugs me so much. They can hear me right now, so I gotta be quiet when I say that. They're so backwards. I don't understand it. Like, I don't know how hard it is. Just take your phone, put it down, and then not touch it. And just look at each other in the face. You'll find something to talk about, trust me. Although, that being said, a lot of my generation doesn't even know how to make eye contact. Like, I can make eye contact just fine. I will make eye contact uncomfortably just to make people look at me. I will not be ignored. Okay, we got one more layer to go. Without shaders, it's very tiley, which I don't love. But without shaders, you hardly notice it because the shadows and stuff kind of help with it. You can still see the bottom, sort of, though. With this last layer, that should hopefully take it away. I did do some creative mode testing, so I do know this should work. But there's a lot more factors here that I didn't account for in creative. Like, how tall the walls are, or different times of day. Or I didn't even test to see how the buildings would look in there, if that would change things or not. I went to the shooting range and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. I love going to the shooting. And, like, you know, I get the whole, like, not doing stuff unless you're an essential worker and you have to be out sort of deal. But I didn't necessarily fully agree with that, and the reason why is fun is essential as a human being. You know, the last thing you need is a depressed population, because it's a lot harder to get out of depression than it is to heal from anything. Because if you don't have the motivation to get better, you will never get better. You know, it, like, I think, isn't it, like, patients who identify as being happy, generally speaking, get well sooner than patients who identify as being unhappy. It's just, mood has a huge effect on our physical health. I only have... How did that happen? There should be, like... I'm missing some. Like, one piece of sand. Or glass, I guess. Because there should not be an uneven. I made perfect stack. Can you re-dye this? Is that a thing you can do? No. Hang it. Okay. I may have to go get more. We'll see. We need to go get more of the squid ink, though. So let me come up here. I need to sip on some water. Man, I'm yapping. Okay. I've got to figure out how I want to spend my last couple of days on the server, because I want to do a clean ending for Twitch SMP. And that just means, like, when it ends, I want it to be done. I don't want to, like, come back for the finale after it being done for 2 weeks for us in terms of building. So I'd kind of like to plan out some other things after the build is done that we could do as stretch goals almost. But I don't know what those would look like yet. I don't know if I would have enough time to do a whole entrance for this build. But that would be something I would be interested in doing. It's just, I gotta wait until I know when the end is in order to actually plan that. But given currently how things are set up, I probably won't know until, like, the week of that it's gonna end. Maybe 2 weeks. We'll see. Will you give me, like, Dolphin's Grace? Play with the thing. That's how, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that's how you get Dolphin's Grace. I wonder, how does Dolphin's Grace, that helps you with the spear. I wonder how much it helps with the spear. Like, could you, like, one-tap somebody with it because you have Dolphin's Grace? Because if so, that is 100% being used in, like, manhunts. I guarantee it. Oh man, that's a bunch of... Oop. I want to get around to doing a couple of other smaller, well, they're larger projects in terms of scale, but they'll be small in terms of what people will see out of it. But I really want to spend some time working on some mods for Minecraft. I just don't know how to mod Minecraft yet. Like, I have a general idea of it, I just don't know everything. But I've always thought it would be fun to make my own Minecraft game drops and update stuff and publish them. And with Minecraft being deobfuscated, it makes it a little easier. Not a ton, because it honestly doesn't change everything. It just means that mappings aren't going to ever change, which is nice. It means that your base will ultimately remain the same, so you probably won't have to lose any code. That should be a lot more cross-version compatible, I think. But I don't know. It'll be a lot of fun, though, because I think I have some cool ideas for Minecraft. Having played the game for, like, 13 years, 14 years, I don't know, however long it's been, I can say with full certainty, sick to be able to make some Minecraft mods, and I think I've got good enough ideas that people would say, you know, that would actually fit in okay with vanilla. And shoot, you might even be able to do it with, like, data packs now. I feel like we have enough information that can be stored in a data pack that maybe we could make it work. I don't know. You may even just need a couple of dependency mods that read the library or something like that. So, like, you could have custom music discs, for example. I don't know if you can do that through a data pack and resource pack alone. There's, like, something on the end of my nose. I'm trying to knock it off so I don't sneeze. I think it's here. Yep, there it is. Okay. I'm really hoping we can get all the glass done, though. I want to try to do a few buildings. Even if they don't poke up all the way out of the fog, I think it will help sell just how deep that hole is, or how deep it was supposed to be. Especially if we could do a little bit more along the tops of it. Because I'll go ahead and show you guys what the map looks like. The map doesn't do it a ton of justice, unfortunately. And that just has to do with the fact that maps, they don't... Some of it, the color isn't rendering properly, in my opinion, which, removes a lot of the depth that we could have had to build otherwise. Alright, I think we got all the ink. Oh, there's another guy over here. I'm going to kill him. Okay. Up and down. I said bye, but I'm back. Welcome back, Coral. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. So in here, I have a map. I need to eat. But as you can see, you know, it leaves a little bit to be desired, especially on this side. So I need to do some things on the rooftops to kind of give it some more color and definition. But, I'll go ahead and update it all because they all have their own thing about it. As you can see, that's just gray. That's all it is. So even having some silhouettes of the buildings, I think will give it some color. I don't know. And of course this side, it is what it is. I would love to have some more orange on it though, because orange and the blues will help kind of set it apart. I don't know if we'll ever get that though. Timeline is way too tight. I got resurrected. Welcome back from the dead. Okay. Here we go. Let's go. We need to name the place. I forgot what we were gonna name. Oh, I missed. Damn. I missed. Alright. We need die. Okay. We need on light gray. And then we need plastic. Okay. Okay. Bloop. What? Like, yeah. What? Okay. Anyway, that's right. Oh. We're almost done with the fog. Okay, I forgot. Wait, we're on the top layer. Man. I do need to get some things going for the end of the server. I need to finish my King SMP Season 3 ending stuff. And then I'd like to get something done for Twitch SMP as well. And then that'll wrap up a whole saga of things, hopefully. But I'd like to distribute the world download to you guys as well, if at all possible. I gotta check up and see if that's okay. I can't imagine it not being okay. If it isn't, then I'll just trim everything around my build, and then it'll have to be okay then. That you guys can hop in and see it yourself if you wanted. And then of course I always try to do a montage of seasons. So I would like to do something for this season of Twitch SMP, but I don't know what that would look like yet. I don't know what style I want to go for. It kind of just depends on how the King SMP one does. If I really like how that one turned out, I'll probably do something similar with it. I think after this, we'll also go ahead and install Connect Texture Pack for glass, or a mod, whatever it is, and give it a look from then, just to see what it does. It'll be interesting. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. We're almost... Did I miss, like, a box? Nope. I've only got 2 more stacks. That is definitely not enough. I've got those, but that wouldn't make up the difference either. I must have been off by, like, enough of a margin. I don't know what that would be, but I'm off by a little bit. Well, I suppose what I'll do then is... what one layer would be. Okay, let's go over. I'm gonna measure, but I just need to... I'm gonna just shrink down this side as I can for now. Until I'm out. Okay. I've got 64 right now. Just for measurement's sake, we're going down to 60. Okay, so it is 55. Okay. And then however long that is, so go 60 as well. $52. 55 times 52. 5 times 2 divided by 4. That's 44 stacks. That's definitely not how many I need. To multiply that by 0.75. That's 33. That sounds a lot more likely. But I don't know if that's even as much as I need. That might still be too much. I was just assuming cut off 25% of the rounded bit. Oh. I know I definitely have some sand I can smelt, and then I also have... I might even have some glass laying around somewhere. Boop, boop. Okay, stained glass. Sand, okay. That's not enough to get anywhere either. That. I will need to take a break here a second because I'm almost out of water. And my throat is, like, bugging me. You'll have to bear with me here in a moment. So ads just stop. Lovely. Okay. Up. And... what can I... do we have, like, a undying thing? Don't look like it, okay. Let's we'll have to go dig some sand. Okay. In that case, let me go ahead and pick up that. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go grab some more water. In the meantime, you guys can just keep a look over my build, and I will be here in a minute. I just need some water. Oh, there we go. Alright. I will see you guys very, very soon. Sorry about that. We're back. My dad was talking. Kept trying to get me to eat sweet. Which, admittedly, he kind of won. I got a donut. So. And, the, flash drive here as well. So, I got everything I need. I'm exhausted. Welcome back. Thank you, Coral. I appreciate it. Hopefully, the base was very entertaining to look at. I wish we had some redstone going on in it, which maybe we could spend some time working on at some point if I have the time. There's just no guarantee that that ever happens. Also, this is actually looking really good now. I'm actually able to see it. Whoa, it's bright. Oh, I'm using full bright. How do I turn off full bright? Aha. There we go. Turn that sucker down. Okay. So this is what 0 gamma looks like, which is very dark. And then this is what most people probably see with 100% gamma. And then this is shaders. Okay. I don't hate that. How much glass do we have? Almost all of it. Okay, we need to go mine some more. I'm just gonna take with me a box, and we're gonna sleep. And then we will go up and fly out to the sands. Oh, man. Right there. This is where I've been working. There's a lot of sand here, and it's easy. I don't know how much sand we need, because what I calculated seems like a bit much to me. It was over 1 shulker. But maybe it is just enough. I don't know. I mean, currently it's, you know, the biggest it'll ever be. But it slowly but surely condenses down until it's nothing. I suppose if you do the law of averages and average it out and then multiply it by 55, or however long it was, then maybe you could find a better answer there. I don't know. If so, that would be like... Okay. I got an idea. I'm sorry. Let's see. What, okay. 40. Why did I do that? 44 blocks long? Multiply that by 54, divide that by 55. Okay, so it's 52 plus 8 divided by 2 multiplied by 55 divided by 60. That's 25 stacks. That sounds a lot more correct to me because you average it out. I don't know if the math is mathing there. Like, technically, this is where geometry actually is useful, guys. If you wanted to find the area of a circle, you just have to find the area of a quarter of the circle in this case. So you find the full area of the circle, you divide it by, or you multiply it by 0.25, and then there you'd have it. Because I know... How do you find the area of a circle? It's... You take the diameter and you multiply it by pi, I think. But that sounds wrong. Oh, when's the last stream before Christmas? I've been told it's gonna be Monday, but it very well could be today, even. I'm planning on it being Monday, though, at this current point. It's just a matter of scheduling on when everybody comes in. But I'm anticipating it being Monday. And then I won't be back until, like, the Monday after that. Okay, how many stacks did I say it was? 27? 25. 25 points. So we'll just go 26. I mean, at that point, we might as well go full shulker box. I mean, that's not too much. Ba-ba. Hey Siri, what is the area of a circle that measures 128 diameter? Itself, so it's gonna give me resources, which is fine. I just can stop doing math. I'm not wanting to do the math, so I'm trying to get something else to do the math for me, but it doesn't want to cheat. It just wants to give me the tool. Thought I was done with that for a while. I apologize. Okay, just for my own sake, we're gonna do this in meters. It is 128. Okay. 64, I guess. That again in meters, please. Square meters. So that's 12,000. Can I copy that? Okay. So yeah, it's pi times the radius squared. How it finds that. F5E Tiger. Yes. Yes, that definitely. So then I divide that by 4. That way instead. 3,217. Divide that by 60. That's 50. Maybe my original calculation was right. I've got about a quarter of that done, so times 0.75. 37. I don't know. We're just gonna do the. I'm just gonna do the normal meow meows versus arf arf. That is meow meow. Okay, I gotcha. Got to pull meow meow or arf arf. Meow meow. Arf arf. That gets a full 5 minutes. That gets a full 5 minutes there. Right now I might be on Team Arf. I'm not gonna lie. You guys are selling me the idea a little too well, and I can't help it. In my senior year high school math class, we used to write on a whiteboard and see who could write the first 100 digits of pi the quickest. That is awful. That is downright terrible. What the heck? I can only remember up to 3.14. Anything beyond that is a distant memory, and it doesn't matter. I don't know, it was fun. I don't think that sounds fun, but you have a very sick and twisted idea of fun. Use the song? I'm aware there's a song, but it doesn't help that, like, I just don't remember the words. Like genuinely, I just remember the tune, and even then, the tune doesn't, like, help me remember the digit. It just... I'll fit whatever digit I want into the tune. That's all I have to do. There's a song. Oh yeah, there's a full song for the digits of pi. Not all the digits of pi, obviously, but you know, man, there is like, I don't know what's in the air, but my nose, it is irritated, and I'm not like, not running. I don't have to go catch it or anything, but like, irritated, it's itchy, and I hate it. You know, because my class is, like, full-on nerds. I mean, like, why couldn't you be, like, cool nerds, though? You were actually, like, the nerds that get bullied and probably deserve it. I'm sorry. I just... Math? Really? I say that. A lot of my friends really love math, and I don't understand why. I can't stand it. I gotta find myself a girl who actually likes math so that I don't have to do it. I can do money math. I'm great at that. I love money math. I do not like the stupidly advanced stuff. I like practical math. 3.1415926535897932384626 or 3383279 is what I can remember. I didn't get bullied. I was cool, for your information. You did a lot of other things that nerds probably don't usually do. So, like, you were involved in sports. Like, that makes you cool. That counterbalances the nerd. You were not a cool type of nerd in terms of math, though. Math is not cool. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be that guy, but math is just not cool. Cool nerds, like, they're all about comic books and video games, which I'm sure you are to some degree, which is completely and totally based. But the math is like, that's just terrible. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Just like pick a cooler interest or something. I don't know, man. I'm terrible. I am actually terrible. Yeah, because my literature sucks. My math is so great. Trust. I don't understand people like you. I don't understand people like you. I'm sorry. I want to understand people like you because I wish I was good at math. But I hate it. What's cool, so you're not anymore? That's what I'm hearing. There we go. Dogs win at 3. Meow meows at 1. Dang. That would be an interesting thing. I've thought about doing another survey this year. We did one last year, just for content purposes. But I have thought about just doing like a almost rap sort of deal where I just survey you guys on a whole bunch of things and we do like a full-on community recap of sorts. Pull a whole bunch of random stats. But I don't know if I could get enough people to participate in it or not. Oh, that's not the right one. There. That one goes right here. And this one right here. Okay. That should get us enough glass to finish the build. If it doesn't, then, like, too bad, so sad. For me, I guess. I'm gonna toss out the squid heads. We don't need more. What else can we put away? We got wood over here. Let's put jungle wood away. Okay. This might take a while. I was in linear algebra to brag. Not to brag, I'm so cool. I don't know what that is. What is linear algebra? So cool. Literally the coolest. For reference, I took calc in freshman year. Why would you do that? For what purpose? I tested into it. I guess, like, fair enough, but make you if you test into it. That's stupid. Like, I guess fair, but also at the same time, why? Why commit suffering on such a young, innocent soul? Terrible. Okay. I gotta wait on this glass to finish, and I'm struggling to figure out what to do. I mean, I could start putting in some buildings. Which is a thing, but I'm kind of scared to do that. We could put in some candles at the bottom and light them just to see if it does the thing. Jellyfish was doing did some of that in their build, and it looked really, really cool. I'm wondering if we can have a similar effect here, because basically what this is supposed to be is it's supposed to show like there's buildings down there and they're like really far down, so maybe we could have like some smaller lights further down. It would almost look like it was very deep, even if it wasn't super deep. I don't know. That is a really interesting pattern happening, all because the sun is... Okay. Let me see. What do we got? What do we got? Oop. No. 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 I've got wax. We don't really have enough copper to do a bunch with either. Do I have any string? Got a little bit. Do I have any black dye? I don't. Okay. Let's just come over here into the corner. Okay. I didn't really think about this. But I need it to be closer so that we can actually... Okay. This is a little silly. You know what? Actually, we can free cam. That's right. I just don't know if this will do the effect I want it to or not. Oop. can't really see them at all on this layer. So what we'll do is we'll go up layer. I think that might work. If not, then, you know, it is what it is. I just saw the effect and I was like, I kind of want to try that and see if it works. Up. I can't get up that way. Boop. And boop. I hated my teacher. She gave me like 3 hours of homework nightly. I was like, I have other classes. Dude, that is terrible. What the heck? That feels illegal. That's how bad that is. You still really can't see any of the light down there. You can almost see it better there, though. Later. I don't know. It's really worth it, though. Okay, I think not this time. It's a cool effect. But for this build, it's not. We'll just do other projects down here. Essentially, all I gotta do is just make it look like there's more going on down here than there actually is. And I just need to pretend that, yes. Oh, I don't know what I was there. Okay, well, we tried. That's all that matters. How's the glass coming along now? That's a lot better. Okay. Up, 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 up. And down. Down you go. Down you go. That's, where did I hear that? That's, Carthonasi from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 1. The fact that I remember him. I haven't played that game in ages. Very good game, though. Okay, shrink down a little bit. Another thing that we can do, if we have time, is I'd really like to build a bridge somewhere up here, going over to somewhere over here. I think it would look really cool. And it would kind of show, again, the sunlight being taken up. Because that's the thing. This build, while it's really cool, the glass suffers a lot due to the grid that is being casted onto the fog. I mean, fog does carry a shadow. It does, to some degree anyway. But it doesn't as aggressively as shaders makes it look. So it kind of throws things off. Also, we need to get ourselves some, a quick texture pack upgrade for, Let me see if I can find one. All content. Connected class. That one, yeah, sure. So what? Huh? What? Okay, I guess. Thing. I don't know. Not work. Sodium. Sodium ignores fabric rendering API to solve this video. No longer required. Okay. Gotcha. I think. So now I can just restart the instance and we should be okay. I think. Because what sodium do I have? Sodium. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, we're gonna close out and then we'll reopen in a second. I just gotta relaunch the game. Back, quit, crash, and play. And hopefully it'll work. If it doesn't, I'll just be sad, I suppose. Pretty slow. There we go. Okay. Play. Let's see how this looks. I haven't seen the dome with connected textures, which doesn't appear to be working. Wait. No, it's not working. Okay. Mods, connected class. I don't think it worked. Is there a resource pack I need to use with it? It doesn't say so. Well, I don't think that mod worked at all. So I'm just gonna grab a resource pack that has borderless class really quick. Install resource pack. Connected class. Blah, 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 blah. What does it require? Borders may be visible from inside the glass. Glass will connect to any block, not just other glass, including blocks like cleaved, iron bars, etc. There are a few minor limitations. The pack remains 100% vanilla friendly, and for creators seeking connected glass style mods. Okay. Go for it. Alright. Options, resource pack. Apply. Done. That looks weird. That looks really weird. But I can definitely see the fog. I don't know. The border is still there. It's just... Oh. That is... strange. Very strange. How's the dome look? It's a little less gritty. I like that. I don't absolutely hate it. I think we need to get continuity, though. Like, this is... pretty bad. At least in the fog. There we go. Okay. I go back now. Find whatever is most recently added. I need to close the game again. Give me one moment, please. I will fix this. Hopefully continuity will do a better job than the other mod. I don't know if it will. We'll see. The truth of the matter is, I don't know a single thing about what I'm... Does it require any other dependencies? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Play. I don't love continuity just because there are some textures that it connects that I don't personally love it doing all the time. Like, I think bookshelves, for example, were one, and like that messes up some of the builds I do use bookshelves for, but I don't know if they've changed that since shelf blocks were added, or not shelf blocks, chiseled bookshelves. I don't know. Okay, multiplayer. You guys can't see the game. There it goes. It's still, doing that. I wonder why that is. Or you know what? I'm still using the resource pack. That's why. It's not. Am I doing something wrong? Where's content? I don't know. By all means, that should be working. Like, let me, like... No? It's just not working. Okay. Yeah, that's... interesting. Okay. Ah, hello. I'm gonna assume I need that one at this point because seems to be the only other thing on here that would make sense. Okay. I can tell you by the dome that it did not. Okay. I'm gonna assume that the server is overwriting it. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. I can't get it to take away the pack. Unless... what I'm using right now. I don't know if it'd be wise of me to delete it, but I'm kind of tempted. I'm not gonna... That's... Did I miss that, or is that not in there earlier? That may have... Yeah, okay, that's so much better. Okay, jeez. Thank you for that, Nathan. I did not see that. Okay, and it doesn't mess up our copper at all. Okay. Let's roll with this. Reyes, welcome on in. Okay, yes. Perfect. That is really good. That is really, really... Let me sleep so that we can get good lighting to really get an idea of if you see the floor. You can sort of see it there. I don't think it's a huge deal, and I can always swap that out for a different block entirely. But I think it'll be okay. I need to sit up. Okay. I don't... You can sort of see a texture down there, but I don't think you're gonna see it plain enough to matter. And again, we're gonna have other things going on in here so that it'll hopefully detract from that. Now, does it mess with... I mean, it's gonna change these, but is it gonna make it look bad? No. Okay. And how does the globe look? Pretty nice. Okay. Is it even rendering... Okay, I was gonna say, is it rendering any shadows? If not, that's great. But it does have a couple of shadows. So that's fine. Okay, we're good. We're chilling. This is decent. I can't complain with it. I go one there, there. Boop. Okay, we'll go with that. Just trying to make sure everything is distributed properly. Oh boy. I mean, you can hardly see that there's a floor. Just... That is pretty much the effect I needed. Okay, that's good. That is really, really good. The only concern I do have is if it'll put a border around buildings and how that might affect things, but I don't think it'll be too bad. I'd feel comfortable enough adding even another layer of fog on top of all the other layers if I had to with this texture pack. I just don't want people necessarily, like, looking at it immediately seeing that it's fog, you know? That's the big thing. Okay. Seeing how the game interacts with lighting and all this stuff is really cool too. I'm really interested to see how Vibrant Visuals does on Java Edition. I don't know if people will stick with what they know and keep using, you know, the things that we've always been using, or if we'll see a bunch of people shift over to Vibrant Visuals easier, you know? I can see it going either way. But it is a very interesting thing to think about. Yeah, my nose. Really sorry, guys. I'm not picking my nose, I promise. It's just right there and right nostril. It hates me. It hates me so much. Sure, I know. I know, like, scrolling Twitch, this is, like, a very common thing. But I've seen so many people pick their nose on stream. And, like, they're not even, like, nonchalant about it. Like, well, they're very nonchalant about it. They don't draw attention to it, but they think that they're, like, very secretive and that they're just doing it very briefly. But no, they're full mining, like you said, digging like a miner. Ultimately, it's not, like, that weird, I suppose. But it isn't, like, something I would personally do on camera, I guess. And you pick your nose, that's fine. I would feel weird if people were watching me, especially. The worst ones are the ones that eat it. I'm sorry. That might be where the line is drawn. There might be some judgment after that one. I do wonder what happened to some of those people who I grew up around that very much did that. Are they still alive? Like, is there any science that says that that is good or bad for you? Now I need to know, like... Hey Siri. Is eating boogers bad for you? I see any definitive yeses or nos. This is an area of science that has not been covered. Hello, nice slice. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Okay, according to Cleveland Clinic, picking your nose is generally frowned upon and widely considered socially unacceptable. Eating any boogers excavated during a finger in your nostril mining session is just considered icky. There's no good reason to eat a booger, but if you do snack on one, is it actually bad for you? Thought of eating crusty or slimy boogers may make you queasy. Ingesting the substance probably won't make you sick. In fact, odds are that everything in your booger already finds its way to your stomach. That makes sense. After all, boogers are mostly dried up mucus, a slippery fluid your body produces in abundance to trap germs and particles floating around us. Your body makes about 1.5 quarts of mucus per day. You unknowingly swallow most. 1.5 quarts. Okay, like I didn't know that much. I knew it was like a lot. Mind you, this is my first impression. I wouldn't have it any other way. I will be the booger guy, and that's okay. They're actually good because they have elements in them. I'm in an ad, by the way. No, I'm sorry. They always show up at the worst time. Other ingredients in boogers include dust, pollen, dirt, and various germs, or basically anything that's typically sucked in your nose from the air you breathe. And then my page just died. Are there bacteria and other stuff in boogers? Of course, but if these things got trapped in a booger in your nose, you can bet they're also making your way into your throat and stomach too. It's all connected. Whatever boogers land in your tummy won't last long once they splash down in your stomach acid. That's a pretty big defense mechanism. Dr. Baggett? I don't know. But just because boogers aren't likely to cause harm doesn't mean you should eat them. They're not a delicacy, though some toddlers might disagree. They're not nutritious in any way either. There really isn't a good reason to eat them. This may seem obvious, but it's not recommended. Curiosity, taste, self-soothing, and habit are the reason most people eat them. Given the sodium chloride that's naturally in mucus, boogers offer a certain saltiness that appeals to some palate. I guess that makes sense. I guess if you're sodium deficient, I would recommend you eat boogers. I'm not a doctor, by the way. Health risks are nosebleeds from cuts in your nostrils, nasal infections, including a risk of staph infections. I don't know exactly what that is. I do random donos. What is that? What is that? 500 of whatever denomination that is. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Vayek? What is that denomination? Let us find out. I can't copy it. I appreciate you. Thank you. I will have to Google that another time. Is that pesos, maybe? Philippine peso. Yeah, okay. So, 500. I don't know what that is. Okay, gotcha. Well, thank you, dude. That's much appreciated. Thank you so much. I just need to double check. If that's like a big amount, like, you know, if it was the equivalent of 500 USD, I need to like be sure that I thank you a little bit more profusely. Any money is like greatly appreciated. Like, I can't stress it enough. The fact that you would want to give me anything is crazy to me. But if you gave like an insane amount, I would beg you to take it back. Well, I couldn't get you to take it back. No way to do that. But I beg you never do that again. Save money for yourselves, guys, especially during the holidays. It's nice to buy yourself a present as well. But I appreciate that. That for anyone in chat, that would be around the equivalency of $8, which is a very considerable amount. In fact, that might be the largest super chat I think we've gotten on YouTube. So congratulations, you're in the top. I think Gus may have done a larger one at one point. I don't know though. Also, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Sorry about those. I know they suck. They're not good. But we run 3 minutes of ads every hour to prevent pre-rolls. So that when you click into the stream, you don't get ads, and when you refresh the stream, you also get ads. It's a personal preference. I know when I enter a stream, I'm very much in preference of that. Unfortunately, it always chooses the times when people pop in to start talking, to start playing the ads, which is unfortunate. New quote up. Oh no. It's definitely about boogers. If you're sodium deficient, eat boogers. The science backs me up, sort of. Like, I'm not saying I'm a doctor, but there is a good amount of sodium chloride in your booger. So therefore, if you are sodium deficient, it makes sense. I'm not saying, like, you should, like, actively season your food with boogers. Although I don't know why that would be more frowned upon than just eating boogers plain. I always feel like... Nah, I don't want to think about this. I really don't know if I want to think about this. But, like, okay, imagine. So... you could, theoretically, I don't know how you would get enough of it, but you could use your mucus as a condom. And that has a lot of sodium chloride in it. So you could have, like, you just call it salt sauce and say, like, oh yeah, I put, you know, green dye in this just so it had, like, some look to it. Otherwise, it was gonna be clear. Everybody's like, oh yeah, that's totally fair. It makes sense. Like, would anyone know? I'm not suggesting this. This sounds like some form of assault. I don't know. Forcing people to unknowingly ingest bodily fluids does sound like a crime. If it isn't, it should be one. But who would know? I'm not saying, like, you ever should. I'm actually, in fact, telling you now, do not. But you could make salt sauce out of mucus because there's no inherent health risk besides inserting your finger into your nose. So if you just like, you know those baby, we have these things for babies where like if they're getting a little snotty, you stick it in their nose and you suck the snot out. You could just get one of those for human. Like practically milk the mucus out of people. This is getting worse by the second. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to anybody listening. This is awful. Can I put cheese on my boogers? You could, yes. You in fact very much could, and I can't stop you. A cheese booger is like an interesting thought. I wouldn't go around advertising to your friends that eating boogers is okay, by the way. I don't want any of you to be made fun of on my account. But you could totally walk up to somebody and say, here's an interesting scientific fact. I can eat a booger because it's gonna go into my stomach anyway. And proceed to eat the booger, and it would go into your stomach, I guess. Which, that being said, I don't feel like you need to eat your booger if you're sodium deficient, because it's gonna go through your digestive system anyway, and the sodium will be absorbed there. So, never mind. I can't retract the quote, but my reasonings have been changed a little bit. There was a couple of oversights that I made. Man. Hey, stop hunching over. Sit up straight. Jeez. I need to go back to a chiropractor. I really hate doing that because there's some other underlying issue causing me to be that way. And I want to address that before we keep going back and getting things fixed. But also at the same time, it's really not good for me to be hunched over like that. Eventually you get stuck. So I guess temporary fixes are better than nothing. I don't know. Is the chat lagging? I didn't see any chat, but maybe it is. Hang on. Let me stop over here so I can see what you're saying. Okay. I'm not seeing anything beyond the super chat. If you said anything else. Oh, okay. Down here. If you're not hearing me talk in like real time, I would say go ahead and try to refresh the stream. The stream should be not perfectly real time, but it should be near. Probably about 4-second delay. Sometimes it takes me a little bit to get to the message, but I do promise I will read just about every message. Also, again, just to say it again, I appreciate the super chat, dude. You're amazing. Crazy, but amazing. I think we're just under halfway to a payout from YouTube, which is really cool. Especially considering we don't do any ad revenue. Especially considering we don't do any ad revenue. We're Not yet, anyway. That will be happening at some point. But it's not like the thing we do all the time. I did receive the dono. Yes, I did. Thank you so much, dude. You're insane. But yeah, I got it. Boop. Where? Oh, I am Tokyo drifting. There was another guy. I saw him. Where was he? No. Ah. There. Boop. Okay, let's try this. And down. Ow. Okay. Boop. And boop. I'm gonna pick up all of our glass again. We're almost out of sand. I think we might have enough. It's gonna be tight. But we will see, I suppose. Okay. Up. Okay. Toss out kelp and squid head. Okay. Put this away. Man, this looks sick. I don't know why I didn't install this earlier. Probably because I always have issues with it and I never know how to fix it, even though it's really easy. But this looks great. Now, did we check it out without shaders? We did, I think. It really does well around the edges, I think. I don't see the end of it. Like, I think I do, but I don't know if I act. Great. Okay. I guess now it's like a really good time since we're in a little bit of a lull. Kind of talk about a few things. First, if any of you have like suggestions for anything, I'm always open to them. Whether that be content, whether that be stream suggestions. There's like, hey, I don't really love the Minecraft music. Could you try something else instead? You know, that's helpful too if you've got ideas when it comes to the Discord or stream overlays or emotes, you know, all those things. I'm open to those. I'm never shutting out feedback. So, you know, if you guys have any of that, Discord's a great way to get a hold of me, but you can also post it in stream. If I really like the idea, I'll either tell you to post something in Discord to remind me to write it down, or I write it down right away. Hot tub stream, or did Twitch ban them? Twitch actually didn't ban them, but you have to, like, cover up a certain amount, and, like, the content has to be... I forget how it... There's a very certain wording. From my understanding, basically, hot tubs aren't allowed, beaches and pools are. But you need to actually be at an actual beach or an actual pool. You can't just, like, put down a kiddie pool and say you're at the pool and therefore you're doing a pool stream. Although it may still have the hot tub tag on there, I don't know. It was a very interesting time on Twitch. I'm really glad that they tried something, but I don't think they really went full against it because it makes them a lot of money. In all honesty, like, as bad as that is why they do it. Well, don't think this is enough. That is definitely not. Okay. Well, we'll have to go get more. I think we'll need like 5 or 6, maybe 7 stack. We'll go with 7. Oop. All right, let's sleep, and we'll go get some more. Oh, what was the other thing I was gonna say? I was gonna say something else after the suggestion. Oh, yeah. You know, with Twitch SMP ending soon, I'm gonna have a lot more time to actually try new things. So we'll have like a little bit of a trial period in January while I get some stuff secured during that time period. That February will fall into a normal schedule of some sort. I don't have like any like major secret plans, by the way. I've had some people ask me as if I did have major secret plans. I don't have like any outstanding invites to any crazy thing. Before like anybody's like, whoa, what about this? What about that? It's quite literally, it's just me right now. So it's not like I'm stalling or anything like that. Just to make that publicly noted. I appreciate that some people think I should have outstanding invites for some of those places, but I do not. New games. I don't think I'll probably do anything new. If I do, it may be like a day where we hop onto Repo, or we play some Phasmophobia or Lethal or whatever. Maybe I play with some friends. But I don't have much of a desire to touch any other games at the moment, in all honesty, outside of the ones I play in my free time. But those aren't really good stream games in my opinion. So I probably won't touch them. But maybe that'll change, who knows. But my main focus is still Minecraft 4, 5, maybe 3 more. Most of that has to do with the fact that YouTube doesn't really love it when you try to play things that it doesn't think your audience likes. So, for YouTube's side, it's very much, I gotta be very consistent. So like one day a week, I could technically do something else, and I probably will eventually get to the point where we do that. But for the rest of the days, I gotta keep it Minecraft-y at least. I know there's a couple of video ideas I've got that I want to try to do on stream again. Especially since January is coming up. We'll see how those go. Okay. I have one that I'm just now cooking up in my head. Oh, that would be interesting. For those of you who don't know, there was a video I tried to do a long time ago. Minecraft, but I'm blind. which, to my credit, was a really cool idea. The execution was terrible, though. And a lot just had to do with the fact that I don't have anybody local to help me with it. Because, the people I had were all digital, so they already had a delay. And they didn't really help me with that, which made it really hard. But Admiral might be willing to help me, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. He may not want to. But he might. But I had like a blindfold and everything. We were properly blinded. But I'd have to come up with a couple of good challenges. And make sure that he knows how to direct me. And then we'd be fine. Otherwise, it'll just be a shouting match at each other. Like, hey, bro, you suck. Well, you didn't tell me where to go. Which is equally as fun. Oh, that almost broke. Okay. That could have been a match. I've broken, like, 3 shovels on this server. I don't want to talk about it. Ow. Okay. Oop. I guess 2 per. Each one definitely gets 1. And any of the extra. Okay. Up. 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 Okay. Looks really cool. Really, really cool. If it weren't for the fact that it was so grindy, I would even consider doing another game for the second channel. But I don't have time to commit to multiple channels, especially with game development. But we used to play a game called Empyrean Galactic Survival, which was a survival space exploration game. It was really cool because they had like all these structures that you could go fight aliens at, and one of the goals that we had was committing genocide against the entire galaxy and leaving just us, humans. And we never ended up actually getting to do that because every time I would fall out of the habit because of other things, and then we'd go so long that we never could go back to it because it would just be confusing to people who didn't know. And it also just didn't really do well, viewership-wise. But, it wouldn't be something I'd be against trying again at some point. But it would have to be a video thing, I think. But I'm at the point now where I'm beyond playing other people's space games. I just want to make mine. Game dev streams are a thing we could try, but I'm not really good at game dev, so it's really hard for me to do that. If it were just about speed prototyping stuff like what I currently do, it wouldn't be so bad. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Art streams are another thing that I could technically do. I do have a drawing tablet. I don't think we've gotten to use it on stream yet. That's awesome, guys. Let's go measure the hole and see how much we need. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 by 14, roughly. That's 15 times 14 divided by 4. That's 3 stacks. Need 3 stacks of blocks, and we'll be done. Easy enough. What I do need is a little bit more. Okay. We need to go get more bones. And we'll be... Okay. I could... I don't know. I'd have to double check that I wouldn't dox myself. Maybe we do a couple of website designing streams just to get the website actually done. It's not hard to design the website. Because, like, I'm not, like, sitting there actively developing code for it or anything. But... that could be an idea. That would at least get it done. It's just about me writing things for the site, and you guys could sit there and make fun of me while we do it. I don't know. Done in time to sleep? Yes. After this is done, we will definitely be wrapping up stream. We've had a couple of 4-hour streams. It's been nice, but it's been a little exhausting, I'm not gonna lie. As much as I love to do these streams, they're a little tiring. I'm gonna roll with this if it's enough. Oh. Gonna be cool. If you dox your address by accident, I'm gonna send you a carton of spoiled milk. You'd at least have been the nicest person. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I was gonna say that you've been the nicest person to send me anything. That is a lie. Kit sent me the power supply, so... And I do have, rubble from a certain event in 2011, or 2001, sorry. I was thinking of the date, 11, yeah. And then I've got a really good shirt out there as well. But I can't really say, I know your name in a non-creepy way. How nice of you. Stomach told me your name. I have been keeping that under wraps. The problem with my name isn't so much that it's, like, uncommon or anything, and that would give it away and people could find me. But with all the information that is out there and everything, I'm being extra vigilant just in case. It's not a distrust in any one specific person, but just in the internet as a whole. You'll probably eventually find it, though. It's sometimes. Take free info, though. I think I know Nathan's first name. I have a guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm scared to tell King my first name. If he finds it out, he'll know my full name, what college I go to, and basically where I live. But yeah, it would be a tragedy. Also, oh my gosh. The way that light is reflecting through the layers is kind of cool. Alright, let's take a look. That is fog. That is indeed fog. Okay. Wow. You already told us what college you go to. Yeah. It's a good college. That's as much as I'll say. The only thing I know, or that I don't know about you, which would be the thing that would make it, actually, no, I could definitely, I'm not saying I would stalk you, just to be clear. I don't know what you look like, so I wouldn't be able to just, like, show up and then follow you around, but I could actually summon you, probably. Because your first name is all I would need at that in order to say, like, yeah, I know. You get them for me. And then boom. I wouldn't do that because I don't really care that much. Like, you're cool, Coral, but you're not cool enough for me to stalk. I'm sorry. I would, as a precautionary for future problems. This is a joke. Yeah. Of course. I know Coral's middle and last. I almost had a heart attack. That's funny. Oh, it would be so funny to dock you, wouldn't it? No, I would never. Okay, that, I like that. I get it, my stocks are all super lame, and you're like 3% less lame than them. That's nice. That's nice. What? Didn't hear you? I know your middle and last name. But that's, I know that, the school, and, like you said, the major. You said the major. It was, I remember it now. Yep. Okay. I don't know what information you have public and what you don't. So, or what's intentionally public rather, and what's not. So yeah, I could just show up to, I'm assuming there's a building for it. I don't know. And then just start lurking around the classrooms until I find somebody that looks like your name. So say it out loud. It's public info. You're biochemistry, right? The only thing that isn't is my college last name and first name. Gotcha. Okay. Biomed. Right. My bad. I was close. I knew it was something bio. Actually insane. Admiral face reveal win. Do that thing the boy did to his sister dancing in that song challenge or that viral clip. I have no idea what you're referring to. I think I know what you're talking about, and I really hope he doesn't. This is how you know you're old. That's crazy. Yeah. Just, Admiral's old. Not old. He's uncultured. Sorry. Wrong term. Find this video and post on Discord? Heck yeah. Alright. I'm gonna wrap up here. We've got... Oh, wait. Before we do that. We're going over here. We need to update the map. We need to see what this looks like. I'm compared to Nathan. It happens to the best of us. It's not gonna look like a ton different, but it's a little different. Did I miss a layer? Because that is different than that. What did I... Huh? Did I miss something? Not seeing any layers I missed. I don't... It must be condensing the pixels from the wall over. Is the only thing I can think of, because it has to condense down a certain amount of area down to a point. For example, like even that, which has a tinge of blue underneath it, it has to condense down to gray. I don't know why else it would do that otherwise. There's no difference here. It must just be shaders. Do shaders have an effect on maps? I don't know. I don't. Thanks, this conversation makes me realize I need to keep more info private. Yep, you're welcome. How old are you? Not public info yet, but definitely older than Nathan. Definitely. Indubitably. Okay, we're gonna wrap up now. I did not mean to take a picture. Alright. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. I will hopefully seeing you guys again on Monday. If all goes to plan, I'll be back Monday. But that'll be the last stream, not of the year, but for most of December. Absolutely. We'll have Monday the 29th, we'll have that back, and then we'll have Tuesday as well. I may even try to squeeze in a Saturday stream, but I seriously doubt we're gonna have a Saturday. Like, I just don't, because I gotta clean the bathrooms. I've got to clean my room, and that's gonna take a lot of energy out of me. Plus, I need to get a video or two done so you guys have stuff to watch while I'm gone. So, unfortunately, just don't expect many streams back. Monday the 22nd, I should be. If not, I'll post something in the Discord and announce, like, hey guys, not gonna be around, just so you know. And that'll be enough, hopefully. Alright. Let's sign somebody to raid, shall we? I appreciate you all for being here. Seriously, y'all amazing. Let's see. Who do you want to say hello to? Trying to think when we last said hello to. Let's go say hi to Mig. I think it's been recent, but I don't remember how recent. So let's go say hi to Mig. Show some love, because we got some love from the SBK community earlier. Elf, and it's always much appreciated. See a toot nugget? That's crazy. If anyone's a toot nugget, it's you. Hop in the raid, get some free channel points, meet a cool streamer along the way. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. And I will catch you guys again another time. YouTube, I will also be there as well. Big multi-stream. It works out, doesn't it? If I can find button. Okay, I can't find it. It's okay. I appreciate y'all. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.